evening. And so if you're a Catholic, let's sign yourselves, and others, let's bow our heads and we pray. Father, we thank you for this moment. Mighty God, we thank you for those who are on their way. We thank you, O God, that you've given us enough rain today that our plants are watered. Mighty God, we thank you in a way that, oh God, this proceeding will turn out great, Father. In the name of Jesus, we thank you for the United Workers' Party, the political leader, the executive members, and all friends and supporters, both here and abroad. In the name of Jesus, we ask you to surround this place, oh God, so that there will be no mishaps, mighty Savior. We ask you to give each speaker the eloquency and the vibrancy that is needed in this place. Father, we thank and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. London. And just a little apology on the delay with the national anthem. Actually, the plan was that I sing the national anthem. But when I realized just from practicing today, the weather changed to what it is. So I decided we'll have an instrumental instead. So let me, first of all, welcome each and every one of you here today to this Flambeau Live. And this is a new feature that we're going to have from time to time, the Flambeau Live, where we're going to organize these sessions to bring you the issues of the day that concerns St. Lucians, that is of interest to us, and that has everything to do with our country. I want to welcome all of you who are here. I want to welcome those of you who are listening to us online and who are watching and listening on live stream, especially those of you who are in the diaspora and in other parts of St. Lucia. So we thank you for coming, and we're hoping that you're going to have a very enlightening and informative session today. We have lined up for you a number of speakers who will be dealing with the issues that I know concerns and affects you. And to start off, let me first ask that, so that we have no disturbances, could you please turn your cell phones to silent so that we don't have any disturbances to the proceedings? And before we go into the political stuff, can you permit me a moment, ladies and gentlemen, to deal with a national issue? And that is what happened yesterday that was of historical significance to us as a nation. And I ask that in addition to you here present, all those who are within earshot and listening and watching this proceedings, join me in saluting and congratulating our hero, Julian Alfred, who made history in winning for us our first Olympic medal, and indeed it was a gold medal in the 100 meters women. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we want to take this opportunity to not only congratulate her, but to wish her further success, because Julian still is in the competition, as she's also going to be representing us in the 200 meters for women, and she is already on her way. She has qualified for the semifinals, and so we are wishing her the very best in the semifinals and the finals. And of course, we are hoping that it'll be our second gold medal. I also want to take this opportunity, because Julian is not the only one out there representing us. We know that our swimmer has competed. Though he didn't advance to the finals in his event, he was able to set a personal best record, and we want to congratulate him for this. That is Odlum Smith. And I know today, young Joseph, who by the way hails from Gros, who is representing us in the 400 meters. I do not have the results of his heat, but he has not advanced to the next round. But we want to also congratulate them, because whenever they step out on that track, on this international stage, they are giving us prominence and recognition. We thank them for that. And I want to wish all the other athletes who are out there representing us good luck and that they have an enjoyable experience. Thanks. So you're not going to hear any politicization of this issue in this forum. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start off right away. And I'm going to call on our first speaker to address you. And our first speaker is a gentleman that you are familiar with. And you know him by the name Ring the Bell. Okay, his actual name is Sonny Clark. And he is a member of the Sky FM team. And he will talk to us on cost of living. And I would appreciate, Mr. Ring the Bell, if you give us a little something in Creole because we have a diverse listenership. And so we want you to touch on that significant issue that is affecting all St. Lucians and give us a little touch of Creole. Thank you.
Zot électé un gouvernement pour venir faire meilleur. Zot électé un gouvernement pour venir jouer à sous pied gauche, maman c'est ici. Des pieds coups, maman c'est ici. Zot te ka di Chastanet, I can breathe. Eh bien là, présent là, zot sa di Philippe J.Pierre, zot pas à breathe parce que zot te ka inspiré en bas administration monsieur Chastanet. Parce que raison, parce que la ten en chaque projet te ka point coup en pays.
Mamay Flambeau. Mamay Flambeau. Eh bien, ça a fait moi beaucoup plaisir pour nous bouti site là après-midi pour venir expliquer Mamay cette ici Tibrin créole. Parce que administration Philippe J.Pierre yoka insulté et continuer jouer et puis intelligence Mamay cette ici. Et puis tout le temps l'année on sonne cloche. Moi kay sorti et puis venir diban les bas parti. Moi ka changé les Philippe J.Pierre était opposition. Yo teni un chay bon naturel pour maman cette ici. À présent, maman cette ici ba yo en chance quoi yo te kay jouer meilleur. Mais ça yo te quoi pas ça. Moi ka changé Philippe J.Pierre pour mettre maman cette ici. Diwan administration monsieur Chastanet, il te ka dou qui puis gaz te torché. Puis commission te torché. Et puis cadeau situation chi me pays ça là pas bon en bas administration monsieur Chastanet. Et jodi jour nous ka wè Philippe J.Pierre te ka mandé maman cette ici pour yo te aller proteste tout ces développements ça là ite le mono di wontan ite ka campagne moi ka wè en history politique cette ici nous pas jamais wè comme ça des fois. Moi ka crier à sou maman cette ici. Nous ka oublier trop vite. Administration monsieur Chastanet. Nous te ka bien bré, bien manger. Et puis bien dormir. Et puis chime nous pâté en dit dans l'état ça là. Les nous te ka dit dans gas station. Les nous te fait $50 gaz. Nous te ka ouais 60. Même Philippe J.Pierre ça là. Gas là c'était $13 quand la monnaie. En bas administration monsieur Chastanet. Philippe J.Pierre te ka crié à sous maman cette ici. Il dit monsieur Chastanet ça fait plus meilleur. $13 torché. À présent, what dit jour qui prix nous ka payer un gallon gaz? $16 et demi. Ça c'est un crêpe chez maman cette ici. Maman il le bas ka fait maman cette ici quoi? $13 te torché. À présent, $16, yo ka fò quoi $16 plus bon marché passer $13. Ça c'est un incite pour intelligence maman cette ici. Pour nous ka tolérer un homme qui pas ni vision, un homme qui pas ni mémoire, ka insulte nous comme ça en dit dans le pays. Comment y a ou ka payer $13 pour un gallon gaz? $13 yo ten problème et puis $13 à présent nous ka payer $16 et demi et ou ka di moi tout bagaille OK ou ka di tout bagaille oyal Comment y a 16 dollars et demi, plus bon marché passer 13 dollars. Maman, c'est ici, on nous kachile kon nous. Administration ça là, zot mettez pas moins. Administration ça là, zot mettez là. Zot te quoi yo te kay vinn faire plus meilleur. Zot fait plus bagay mauvais à sous zot. Il j'allais pour nous dire les papati assez en pays ça là. Nous en cette ici ni pour vote bay pays. Raison pour qui moi ka vote bay couleur Flambeau parce que monsieur Chastanet et puis vision monsieur Chastanet te kay mener cette ici plus devant. Là où aller en supermarché à présent maman cette ici. Là où aller en supermarché à présent ou ka choisi ça pour mettre en dedans pain. Ou ka choisi ça pour mettre en dedans pain. Et pourquoi dit moi administration Philippe J. te ka campagne. Yo insulté intelligence maman cette ici. Dit yo kay vinn mettre moun avant. Ek moko wey, ek makay wey. Tout temps c'est Philippe J. qui premier ministre pays ça là. Nous pas kay devant. Nous ni pour venir ensemble en nous travailler, en nous continuer travailler. Et puis monsieur Alain Chastanet, manière moi ouais bagay calé en pays ça là. Seul moun moi en vision moi qui kay sa venir tirer cette ici en pandémique ça là, c'est monsieur Chastanet. Moi ka crier à sous jeunesse cette ici. Moi ka encourager toute jeunesse cette ici. Zot ka fait research. Zot supposé ouais des partis à nous en cette ici, les bas et puis Flambeau. Zot supposé ouais les Flambeaux en gouvernement nous ka plus bien manger et plus bien boire parce que les bas en gouvernement. Maman cette ici. Zot savent comment prier en soft drink à présent en coke en Sprite. En ginger ale. Coke là c'est $3 avec déchelin. $3 et puis déchelin. Est-ce qu'on a quoi ça c'est un gouvernement qui dit il ka vinn météo avant. C'est nom ça là vini yo parlé toutes sortes qualité papicho à sous administration monsieur Chastanet. Mais administration monsieur Chastanet pas tenu temps pour te venir répondre yo parce que la tene pandémie coronavirus te ka détruit la terre. Et puis toutes les Richard Frederick on les MBC, can I help you? À présent, show up, can I help you? Show up, say I cannot help you. Moi, commande comme une question. Qui mistake ça? Maman saint ici fait épikoyo. Pour tirer yon homme qui travaille. Ou ka tirer yon homme qui ni vision. Ou ka tirer un pouvoir. Et pour mener en fait. Comment y a pays à ça faire devant? Pays a pas ça aller devant parce que pays a pas un homme qui ça debout et mener développement et pour indiquer nation. Moi ka encourager jeunesse ici n'importe qui les élections crier pas quitter administration Philippe J. insulter intelligence autre. Et puis ça c'est un crème chez cette lycéen. Même ces noms ça là qui te ka pleurer bagay torché en pays a. En history, bagay pliché. En history, pays cette ici, bagay pliché en bas administration Philippe J. Moi, quand quitte commission ça là, on souhaite. Encouragement, moi, qu'on un jeune homme en dans pays. Il j'allais pour nous, doubout à sous-pied nous. Et puis, oui, valider nous. Nous pas obligés d'aller mon collège. Nous pas obligés d'aller se faire pour nous savoir clair. Parce que tous ces gens électés qui allaient se faire, qui allaient mon collège, gamanya yo ni pays à tête en bas. Ça c'est en honteuse. Moi ka dit Philippe J. souple. Mouchoué maman cette lycée ou son nom. Et puis nous attendre pour n'importe l'air ou sonner cloche là. Pour maman cette lycée de assez, c'est assez. Nous avons assez misère en bas administration. Merci.
Merci autant, Monsieur Ring the Bell. And Ring the Bell brought it to you along Mamanu in Creole. And so what you just heard there is the reality in St. Lucia today. We are going through some tough times, worse than we have ever seen it before. Ladies and gentlemen, cost of living is making life almost impossible for some. I can only imagine the single mothers who are now, after having to struggle to feed their children, who now have to deal with their children going back to school in September, the school books, the uniforms, and providing transportation that has been, the subsidy has been reduced by this government, and also ensuring that those children have a proper lunch. You know. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Ring the Bell. There are other issues in this country that is of grave concern to St. Lucians. Your safety, your security, the way you feel in this country. People hardly want to go out right now. When young people go out, their families are very concerned. I remember just last week, on the round table, we had two young people, and one of them indicated that though her brothers are not involved in any gang activities or any drug peddling, when they go out, she is worried because she is not sure if they will return, if they find themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. Only a few days ago, a child, 13 years old, was shot in the head. That child is not involved in any gang activity. That child is not at his home. And that's the thing. Now that's very important. It's not a little child who went astray, who was out there on the streets and so on. He was shot in his head at his home. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, it is sad. I can only imagine what the family is going through at this time. But you know what's even worse? You have not heard a word from your Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, from your Minister of Crime Prevention, from the Minister of Home Affairs, or your Attorney General. You have not heard a word from your government. And so we ask ourselves, to what extent do they care about you? To what extent do they care about your safety? I want to remind St. Lucians that one of the primary responsibilities of any government is security and safety of its people. And to deal a little more with that topic, I would like to call on our second speaker. I would like to introduce once again our former candidate for the constituency of Beaufort North in the last general election, Mr. Vincent London, who will address the issue of crime in St. Lucia.
After 3 years, wait a minute, what have we done? They realize that they've done nothing but to divide. And so it is too late now to go back to the drawing board and start something new, because you know when government have projects, it doesn't just take 2 months to put together. You have negotiations, you have building, you have approvals, you have, you know, it has to be approved in parliament, it has to be tabled, it has to be gazetted. So a lot of things have to happen.
Good evening, Flambeau. Good evening, Flambeau. Come on, give me some love here. Good evening, Flambeau. I know we are on our way, and I ask for divine protection on all of us who are still on these roads. I hope that we are going to be safe as we make our way to this wonderful place. So it's so nice to be able to address you once again. It's so nice to be in your presence this evening. It's so nice to gather together to see all of the yellow shirts and the friendly faces here this afternoon. And I was especially proud, my dear friends, that when I heard the St. Lucian National Anthem being sung today, you know, though I am thousands of miles away, but somehow I got emotional. And I'm referring to when Juju took the podium and then the gold medal was placed over her neck. That was a moment. I don't know if you felt like me, but that was indeed a proud moment. And we're giving Juju all of our strength as she goes into the 200 meters, where I know, and you'll agree with me, that she's going to bring a second gold medal. In any event, she will be on the podium. So I'd like to once again recognize, although protocol has been established, let me recognize our astute political leader, the man they have tried to diminish, the man whose words they've misrepresented, the man who is poised to become St. Lucia's next and greatest Prime Minister. Yes, the leader of the United Workers' Party and parliamentary representative of the great constituency of Migu South, the Honorable, the only one, Alan Michael Chastanet. Good afternoon, sir. Let me also recognize our two deputy political leaders, the Honorable Senator Dominic Fedee and Mr. Guy Joseph. I think I saw you a while ago. Let me recognize the General Secretary of our esteemed party, Madam Jody, I'm looking for her first name, Janine Jody McIntyre. That's why I took a little pause right there. And she served as our President of the Senate in the last administration. Other executive members, let me recognize you also. And I want to say a warm welcome and good evening to you. To our party chairman, I want to say welcome, sir, and an esteemed thank you because of the hard work that you are doing. All the dedicated members of the United Workers' Party, friends, family, those here and abroad, good evening to you all. My friends, I want to say a special thank you to those who are watching via television and those on social media, and to wish all St. Lucians a peaceful and joyous evening. Joy because the great Julian Alfred, as I just mentioned a while ago, has finally done what no St. Lucians have done before. We especially want to remind all that Julian's victory at the 33rd Olympiad belongs to all of us, all St. Lucians. This is an occasion where we unite. Let us therefore collectively celebrate this historic win together. Friends, I also sympathize, as they say, after joy comes sorrow. I also sympathize with the young mother from our leader's constituency who have lost a young son. A young man who would have just turned 14, just one day before his untimely demise. Plucked from us by a bullet from a gun. This young man could have been the next Julian Alfred. This young man may have well gone on to become a pastor, a priest, a lawyer, a model policeman. Now I say a lawyer, but I must qualify it by saying a good lawyer and a model policeman, an ethical doctor, or even St. Lucia's next parliamentarian, or better yet, our Prime Minister. But sadly, his life was cut short. Shot in the head and bled to death in the arms of his mother. And that's what his mother said to me when I spoke with her a few days ago. My good friends, I know no matter how gruesome we relate these tragic events, it is regrettable to say they don't shock us anymore. Our society has become blind to the heinous crimes. We are no longer sympathetic. We are only to ask ourselves, why? But before I give you an answer, Let me also express my sympathies and condolences to the families of the 2 young men in my hometown of Belleville, in Vieux-Fort North, who lost their lives so brutally again to gun violence, slain by the gun a few days in Dennery. As bad as it is with an already misrepresented Vieux-Fort North, these certainly are not what we want coming out of our iconic community. And talking about icons, I want to also convey my condolences to and recognize 2 cultural icons such as Rameau Poléon, folk violinist and my wife's grandfather, as well as Dave Samuels, broadcaster, producer, who left an indelible mark on St. Lucia. My friends, they both left us several days ago. May their souls rest in perfect peace. This is how we want to be remembered. We need to be remembered by our fellow countrymen and women as icons, great men and women, outstanding citizens, not young men and women fallen at the hands of other trigger-happy young men, not by the slaying from machetes, knives, scissors, and other weapons of mass destructions. My friends, I asked you a question a little while ago. I asked why. I will go further to ask, how long will they keep killing our children while we stand aside and look? How long will the screens of our phones come to life with gruesome pics of another dead body? Is it, or if it's not riddled by bullets, the bodies are headless. If it's not a severed limb, it's a body fished out of the sea. If it's not a rotten and decaying carcass found in a vehicle, it's a body covered by flies and maggots in bushes. How long, my friends? How long? What must it take to move us to the point where we finally say, no more, enough? While this government wants to caution you and I about politicizing crime, they are the embodiment of it. Everywhere you turn, this government's actions are having and continues to contribute towards the levels of decay in our society, such as have never been seen before. They tell us to stop politicizing crime, yet they show up in churches brandishing guns. They tell us to stop politicizing crime, yet we hear the names of ministers in espionage and collusion. They tell us to stop politicizing crime, yet the names are mentioned in CIP scandals and Rovergate scandals, West Indies cricket board scandals, undervaluing of lands, secret deals, and more and more and more. They remind you that they know where you live. The leader of this country tells us he knows everything about crime, yet he will not provide the police with any details to help this country combat crime. They behave like dons in the St. Lucia House of Assembly. All the time, our young men and women are absorbing this. They're listening, filtering what they see and hear through their gray matter into their subconscious. It is therefore little wonder why our youth displays such levels of violence as they are behaving as they are now. My friends, this government lacks action. Its unwillingness to put measures in place to mitigate crime is glaring. The hallmarks of this Labour administration is a soft approach to crime. It's written all over this society. Take, for example, during the curfew period during COVID-19, they blatantly defied the laws and assembled as they pleased. That was a crime. We saw how they came face to face with policemen, daring and threatening our law enforcement officer. That was a crime. Many agree that one of the ways they have contributed to crime or the rise of crime on this island is when they stopped the projects that employed hundreds of young men throughout the island. Need I remind you? The airport redevelopment project in Vieux Fort South, the housing projects all over St. Lucia, the road construction, DSH, St. Jude's Hospital, and others, and on and on and on. Once these major projects were stopped, many young people had nowhere to go, as the song says, no place to go, nothing to do. And they engage in crime to earn a living. True to form, as they say, idle hands are the devil's workshop. Labour Party, you are responsible for these young men and women rotting in graves at this moment. You, Labour Party, you constantly reminded us that you are not the one who's a police. You are not the one who's a teacher. You are not the one who knows anything. You don't know, you don't know. That's what you told us. Well, since you are not, and are not, and do not know, how will you ever know how to govern this country? Labour Party, it is simple. Either you lead, you follow, or you get out of the way. And we all know you cannot lead, you will not follow, therefore you must get out of the way. My friends, year over year, it's an increase in crime, in murder rate, since the Labour Party took control. Red blood on the soils of St. Lucia, from the north to the south, east to the west, Gros to Vieux Fort, ancillary to Canaries. The soul of this nation bleeds red. Our once prosperous St. Lucia is now stained with red labor. My friends, after we lost the elections in Vieux Fort North, there were 3 days of laughter. Oh yes, they gathered 3 days of laughter. They laughed at me 3 days non-stop. They met raising glasses filled with red wine, sharing and toasting each other. Sadly, they did not know their 3 days of laughter signified and turned into nothing but 3 years of increased crime. 3 years of mepui, 3 years of Mauvelang and Malpali, 3 years of high fuel prices, 3 years of inflation, 3 years of I don't know, it wasn't me, 3 years of Ukraine war, 3 years of shipping issues and logistics, 3 years of Chastanet, yet nothing to combat and fight crime. It is obvious that crime levels in our country is a direct result of bad governance. Crime cannot be divorced from bad policies of any administration. Therefore, tell them to go make a round and come back again. So I hear, they ask, is it the minister of government or the ministers of governments that puts guns in the hands of our young men? The answer is yes. And you'd probably ask yourself, why would I say such a thing? I say in many ways, yes, because they disbanded and got rid of an effective canine unit. They did. These governments have simply labeled constituencies like Vieux Fort South a crime hotspot. They do nothing but to call Vieux Fort South a crime hotspot. These governments have failed to proactively sit down and put a comprehensive crime-fighting unit in place, in spite of 3 ministers that oversees crime. They boast about how well-equipped the police force is, jet skis, and vehicles, boats, and electric pole-mounted cameras, yet have failed to seriously combat crime levels. We all know the moral of the RSLPF is at the lowest ever. I have family and friends who are police officers. I know because they tell me. Take, for example, the police commissioner. They touted her as being the first female to hold the post. Oh, it was a glaring victory for them, they declare. She is now under severe pressure because she's attempting to resolve issues surrounding allegations and misconduct of her deputy. She has instead reached out to CARICOM or to her CARICOM counterpart to assist, since she has no confidence like this administration in this matter being competently handled locally. How comes we are not hearing from the Minister of Justice? Where is the voice of the Minister for Crime Prevention? Where is the Minister with responsibility for the police? Why haven't all those ministers caused the police to act on the advice of the DPP? We are all waiting with bated breath because we heard the DPP's press conference and recommendations. Will they act on it? Ask yourself this question. What are they after? Guy or Chastanet? Chastanet or Guy? Do you know why? Because they know the true capabilities of these two great leaders. They fear those two great, powerful, and influential men. We know better, Flambeau. We know better. Alan and Guy are here to stay. Alan and Guy are here to stay. So we should never be surprised at the tactics of the Labour Party, St. Lucians. We have long seen and understood that Labour brought nothing to the table but themselves. UWP, on the other hand, created the command center, and you saw and heard all what they were doing on a daily basis. You saw and heard Herman Gill Francis, then Acting Police Commissioner Milton Daisy, and other ranking members of the force. You knew what was going on. Now, do you? We can go on and on, my friends, but for limited time, let us move on. Friends, this Prime Minister is now begging for advice. You heard him ask for it. He literally says, if anyone has any suggestions, let me know. Once again, this government who shows it has confidence or it doesn't have confidence in the police force, just like many other areas such as healthcare, agriculture, and etc. They're asking you and I for advice. Well, since Mr. Prime Minister asked, we have plenty of advice to give, including the list submitted to you by the honorable leader of the opposition. Mr. PM, if the crime wave is messing up the shores and eroding the core of our society, your government must put breakers in place to stop the erosion. Your government must put barriers in place to prevent the impact of the crime wave that we're experiencing. But we know you will tell us you are not an engineer or marine biologist, so you don't know what to do. Thankfully, Flambeau is not giving up. The UWP, under the able direction of St. Lucia's next Prime Minister, the Honorable Michael Allen Chastanet, has not given up, nor is he about to give up. We cannot continue with you and your regime, Labour. We are not going back to your incompetencies because our fight is for the future of St. Lucia. And it is a fight for equality, a fight for freedom of political association, a fight to stop racism, a fight to be better in terms of healthcare, a fight for better roads, better and affordable living conditions, a fight for better schools and education, a fight for justice, and most importantly, a fight for good governance. Labour has unleashed on all of us a full onslaught of discrimination, racism, and victimization. Our rights and freedoms are quickly eroding, and I'm coming to the end. The freedoms that we enjoyed is gone, is fast eroding. The freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom from hate and jealousy, the freedom to live without fear, the freedom to learn and acknowledge St. Lucia is an increasingly diverse society where blacks, whites, Indians, Syrians, and mixed races have all made this beautiful island their home. My dear friends, under this administration, this has been the worst our society has ever descended to. We have an administration that promotes a very low state of morality, disrespect, and appreciation for each other. We need a leader that will go all out to help us move this country forward. We need a leader that will get us out of this low place. What we need is a leader that will get us up to the next level. What we need is a United Workers' Party. What we need is Alan Michael Chastanet. And as the good word goes, weeping endures for the night, but joy comes in the morning, my dear friends. So, rest assured, the morning after these elections, whenever they are called, great joy will return to the island of St. Lucia to truly earn its place as the Helen of the West Indies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent London. You heard it from the man. The situation that we now face in this country, he talked about the crime situation and how it has eroded our freedom and safety in this country. Today, you have a government in office. Instead of reducing crime, they are adding to crime. And I will repeat what I just said. The government of St. Lucia under Philip J. Pierre, instead of reducing crime, are adding to crime. I just heard last week that there are 2 sitting ministers in Philip J. Pierre's cabinet who were accused of engaging in blackmail. Ladies and gentlemen, blackmail is a crime. We have heard from the very St. Lucia Labour Party that there is a sitting member of cabinet who they accused of being involved in money laundering, in drug trafficking, and even in murder. We have heard that there is a minister responsible for the sale of your passport, the CIP program, the Citizenship by Investment, and that he cannot account for over $1 billion of your money. And if you ask me, I consider that to be a crime. But let the courts unfold and tell you what the case is. And be careful that some people's red don't turn to orange. Because at the end of the day, I see some people running scared. You can run, but you cannot hide. The questions you refuse to answer to St. Lucians, you'll answer to the judge. You know? You'll answer to the judge. Because at the end of the day, all what happens in the dark will one day come to light. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen a government of rogues, a government of gentlemen without integrity, without conscience, and who will stop at nothing for political reasons. But all is not lost. I listened to London, and what Vincent just said there a while ago is that there is hope because there is a United Workers' Party and a leader called Alan Michael Chastanet, who along with his team will redeem St. Lucia and bring back hope to our people. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is going to talk to you about the shamelessness of the St. Lucia Labour Party. All the things that they advocated, things that they said during the last campaign, and even after the elections, all the bluff, all the lies, all the propaganda. And now they have no choice but to turn around and eat their vomit. Bon, moi, savent bœuf ka oui passé. Mais chien ka vomi, ek vie manje vomi yo. Expressement se chien yo ka kouye mongrel la. I will now call on Therold Prudent, our party's chairman, to speak to you about the hypocrisy and shamelessness of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
And I want you to listen to me carefully. When we were about to leave office, United Workers' Party was on the verge of completing a four-lane highway from Gros Rodney Bay in that area. And what did Labour do? They stopped it. Today we have more chaos and more disruption of people's lives trying to travel from Gros to Rodney Bay. It takes you 40 minutes to an hour. Folks, shameless. And these are the people who want to come today to say to us that we should accept them as a government of this country? No way. No way.
Thank you. Mama Flambeau. Mama Flambeau. Secrets, lies, and propaganda. You know what that means? SLP. Secrets, lies, and propaganda. Come on, I'm not hearing you. Secrets, lies, and propaganda. St. Lucia Labour Party. Folks, this evening, I think we've done well in terms of the speeches. Michael, you've made me very proud, I must say. And Ring the Bell, you did a very good job in bringing the message. Vincent, sorry, Vincent, you made me very proud. And Ring the Bell, you did a good job in bringing the message to our people in Creole. But folks, I want to say to you today, the only people that are scared right now is the St. Lucia Labour Party. Ma connaître yon Flambeau qui perd en élection à présent. Because nous voulons, we want it. And the only way to stop the madness is to call the elections. Because we are not afraid. As UWPs, we're not. Because at the end of the day, the onus is on us as members of this party to defend the people of this country. You hear me? The onus is on us as citizens and members of the United Workers' Party to defend the rest of St. Lucia, and we are going to defend it every working day. Every working day. Folks, I want to say to you this evening, before I even start, let me just say, I wish to extend greetings to all of our supporters here in this country and in the diaspora. But most of all, I wish to recognize the youth of our party. They are actively playing their part to ensure that the next government of this country is the United Workers' Party government. I want to say to them this evening, we respect you, and most of all, we value your contribution to your party, which is the United Workers' Party. I will state further that there would never be a Therold Prudent today as chairman of your party had it not been for a Henry Girodi and Sir John Compton, who saw leadership skills and promise in me and enlisted me as part of the youth group of this great party. And so, as your chairman, it is incumbent upon me to afford to the young people of our party the very same thing that Mr. Girodi and John Compton gave to me. I am profoundly thankful for the guidance and the encouragement. And so we have to remember, when we see young people in our midst, we have to encourage them, help guide them, because it's important. I am chairman today, but I will not always be chairman of this party. There will be some young person in the horizon
that will replace me, that will replace Alan, that will replace Guy. And so we have to ensure the young people of our party is accorded the respect that they deserve. In my lifetime, folks, I never thought I would face or see the day when people eat their own vomit. En whole la vie moi m'a jamais te croire moi de gay livre pour ouais moun ka manger vomi yo. Imagine the same people who told us that Alan Chastanet was the worst prime minister in this country. Today, they're busy embracing all of Alan Chastanet's ideas as if it was their own. And I want to say this evening, tout à l'heure la pakaini assez pel pour nous amasser vomi tout partout. Because the same things they criticized, the same things they said to us was not good. Today, they smile quietly, embracing it, pretending as if it's their ideas, when in truth and in fact, it's the work of Alan Chastanet and the United Workers' Party. They campaigned against Cabot. They told us that we were stealing the patrimony of the people of this country. Hodia, yokali sheka bot. Cochon emelabu. Could you imagine that? Yokali sheka bot. Cochon emelabu. Con lollipop. Même Cabot là, yo te criticize gouvernement Flambeau pour Hodia Jabal yo, femme yo, sese yo, nenen yo, tout moun Cabot ka boire manger. Patrimony, Jack don't want me to bathe on my beach no more. She's doctor. Destructive organization here in this country. It's a party that continues to stand in the way of progress and development here in St. Lucia. And that's a fact, everybody. I am not making it up. This is a fact because that's what Labour do. And you know, they told us to before the election, Fresh Start, c'est company guy. Hodia yo kotan Fresh Start si telma, yo just by Fresh Start come contract. Could you believe that? The hypocrisy of the St. Lucia Labour Party. The hypocrisy of a party that told us Fresh Start was substandard. Fresh Start could not produce. And so we had to terminate the contract. But today the very same Fresh Start is brought back. And I happy for Fresh Start. Don't take me wrong. I am not saying I'm not happy. All I am saying, the same Fresh Start you told us that was not good under a UWP is suddenly good under a St. Lucia Labour Party government. Folks, it's brutal. It's brutal. And it's a betrayal of trust by the St. Lucia Labour Party. It's a betrayal of the people of this country when you lie to them as politicians. And I tell them one thing, Flambeau never have to lie. Whatever we say we're going to do, we do when we get to government. Whatever we say we are going to do, we do when we get to government. And that's the fundamental difference between SLP and UWP. SLP bluff, SLP lies, SLP ready to kill people. Flambeau don't have to lie, Flambeau's produce. That's what we do. We produce. We produce. And folks, I'm saying to you that if we allow the Labour Party to remain in office more than the period that they have to remain, it will be our fault. And this is why I encourage you tonight, when you see Labour doing what they are doing, we shouldn't just complain. We have to take the fight to the St. Lucia Labour Party. We have to call them out for the lack of respect for the people of this country. We have to let them know that we know they are bluffers and liars. Propaganda machine, that's what they do. And so I say to you this evening, don't think the fight ahead is going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. If you believe that Labour is just going to turn over and tell you come and take the government, Umati. We don't need them to do that. We have to go to them, beat them at their own game, and rescue the country from this government. That's what we must do. Folks, you know, the SLP, they're scam artists, you know. Scam artists, bluffers, crooks, murderers too, yes. Just name them. They are. You have a cabinet made up of everything I have said there. And if I'm wrong, tell me I am wrong. But you know, today, they told us Alan Chastanet was trying to make St. Lucia, or turn St. Lucia into a mini Miami. But today, they have embraced the Rodney Bay City Center project. They have embraced it, which is intended to stimulate economic and community growth and to create jobs. They have it. And you know who it belongs to? Us. Us. Because we brought it in. You understand? But today, the very same things they criticize, they have embraced it. Another example of eating your vomit. You understand that? But I want to say to them, y'all can take that plan because we are an unselfish party. We're not selfish. Y'all can take it. But I say to you, the copy, the carbon copy can never be as good as the copy itself. And at the end of the day, if you think that we are done, say nuki ni plan pour pays sala. We have new plans that is coming afoot when we come back to office. Folks, it's really, really bad. And if you don't believe it's bad, talk and look around you. Inflation, killing us. You know how many hungry people in this country? Let's not pretend. There are a lot of people who can't afford to put bread on the table of their families. And they are suffering. They can't go to a supermarket and be able to get enough to put bread on the table. And today, the Labour Party is uncaring. They don't care about those people. They don't worry about them because they've already been voted into office. But at the end of the day, my people, all the excuses that it's external agencies that are affecting us back at home, nothing is further than the truth. And the truth is the St. Lucia Labour Party has created a country that has made it almost impossible for the Malawi to eat and drink here in this country. Because they feed themselves. The money goes in their pockets, in their friends' pockets, their wives' pockets, their jabals' pockets. And when the time it trickled down to the masses of the people, there is basically nothing left for them to eat. Folks, it's bad. And I don't want to be lengthy tonight because you can hear from my voice, I'm losing it. Not tonight, but for a few days now. But I want to just touch a little bit on the CIP. You mean to tell me St. Lucians cannot get passports, but every foreigner who is willing to buy passport from us can get a passport? You really, honestly believe that this can continue in our country? Where we cannot own a St. Lucian passport, but a foreigner can own a St. Lucian passport. But you know, something happened in the CIP thing in the last few days. And interestingly, Martinez said to us that an individual got a hold of him and nothing more than dead weight. Stevenson King, you are Minister of Infrastructure. What you doing calling Martinez? Why do you need to know from Martinez if your name there or if your name not there? But you know, I suspect these days they don't know who to trust inside there. They don't know who to trust inside there. Because King don't trust Ernest, Ernest don't trust Peep, Peep don't trust Frederick, Frederick don't trust Kenny Anthony. Tout bagage show. But you know, I have made my own analysis of what I believe truly happened here. Not only was King scared or is he scared, but remember they started a program called the Year of Infrastructure. Well, I'll tell you what really happened here. What I surmised really happened in terms of King's call to Martinez. King wanted to know where the fellas hiding the money. Where the fellas are hiding the money. And so, yo pas dit l'argent pour faire year of infrastructure. So King dit qu'a crié Martinez pour demander Martinez, where the money? Where the money? Where are the funds? Because things bad. They don't know how they're even going to implement this thing. So now, the year of infrastructure is in a balance now. Because where the funds? Personne ne passe côté l'argent here. They cut this budget. Folks, I'm saying to you, as UWPs, we have to remain faithful to this fight. As UWPs, we have to remain focused on what matters. As UWPs, it's time to end the wrangling and sometimes disagreement and nonsense we have with each other. Our fight is with the St. Lucia Labour Party. Our fight is with the St. Lucia Labour Party, not among ourselves. And I tell you one thing. I said it last week and I'll say it again. I did not come into this fight to be your chairman to lose. I did not come into this fight as your chairman to lose. I came because I know we can win and we will win. So if you know that you are not ready, step aside and give others who are ready an opportunity to help lead this charge against the St. Lucia Labour Party. No one is bigger than the United Workers' Party. None of us. Not me, not Alan, not Guy, not Dominic, not Spider, no Pies. None of us are bigger than the UWP. We conform to the rules of our constitution and we work together as a team. So there's nobody pretending as if they're big. We work as a team. is the better idea. That's what we'll go with. Are you with me? And so I say to you this evening, come together. The war is over. The battle internally has been finished. It's finished. What we need to do is march as soldiers and move forward to defeat this cruel and stupid government called the St. Lucia Labour Party. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know that there's a takeaway that I just want to comment on. If I quote the chairman, he said that our government, the St. Lucia Labour Party, are murderers. And I saw some of you raise your brow. Let me elaborate on this. You have a government that has killed the good life that you had in this country, with the cost of living and with the crime situation. You have a government that are watching people die in this country for lack of proper health care and because they cannot get medication. You have a government, immediately upon assuming office, they caused the death of over 400 St. Lucians during COVID because of their recklessness. You have a government who is busy killing our CIP program. And soon from now, if we don't watch it, our reputation as a country and the integrity of our program will be over. You heard the chairman tell you how they have killed the trust among themselves. They don't trust each other. And I know they have killed the trust that St. Lucians had in them. We have a country, we have a government who is killing our country slowly. And we have to take a stand to stop those murderers. If we don't, we will not have a country to fight for. We will not have a country to develop. We will not have a country to rebuild. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, they are actually murderers because they are killing everything in this country. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have been in this United Workers' Party for a little while. For the young people, 20 years is a long time. For me, that's a little part of my life. But I've been in this party for over 20 years. But you know what I love about this party, what makes me proud of this party, is as those of us who have been there for a while move on, I am seeing the youth that are going to replace us. And I don't think the camera caught that, but one of them just walked in. There are young people who are joining this party. There are young people who are putting themselves forward in this party. There are young people who are willing to work with this party to bring St. Lucia back to where it was. And so, when I came in, I was more on the side of youth. Why are you all watching me? I'm still a youth. So I'm not a youth anymore. You all know what youth is? Forget what age they say youth is. Okay, when you're youthful, you still grow. Okay? Now, last year my waist was 35, now it's 36. So I'm still growing. Okay, okay, well, you tell me is vertically you must grow, not horizontally. But what I am going to do right now is to call on one of the young men who has done battle with this party and who is now in the leadership of this party. And I want to introduce to the podium as my next speaker a man who will talk to you about the CIP that they're killing. A young man who distinguished himself as the Minister for Tourism in this country, while the current Prime Minister believed that tourism would never get back to where it was before. I want to introduce a young man who did for ancillary more than any other representative has done for ancillary, and will resume his position as parliamentary rep to continue that development in ancillary. Ladies and gentlemen, I now introduce the Deputy Political Leader of the United Workers' Party, Senator Dominic Fedee, to address you.
Let me ask you a question. Lisa, your country has given 14,000 units to Galaxy.
We don't know because the authorities, the Prime Minister has not indicated.
I'm telling you, one member of the CIP of St. Lucia came to see us in Washington, D.C. secretly last week. Okay? He told us the number. So you've given 14,000 units to Galaxy. Where's the money?
Wait a minute.
Money?
Thank you, Spider. Mamai Flambeau. Mamai Flambeau. Are you ready for business? Are you ready for business? Let's get this show on the road. Mamai Flambeau, you have been hearing us saying that we have potentially lost 1.4 billion US dollars. You've heard us say that. You've heard us say that that $1.4 billion in US would amount to over $3 billion in EC local currency. That's over $1 billion more than the current budget that we just had by this St. Lucia Labour Party. We have been asking questions, but very little answers. We have been asking, where is the money? We continue to ask, where is the money? We continue to ask, is there the money that is due to St. Lucia? Is that money in St. Lucia? Is that money going to ever come to St. Lucia? But as we continue to ask our questions, we see the Minister of CIP, Ernest Hilaire. The more he talks, the more he makes us nervous about the future of our CIP program. The more he makes us nervous about the allegations made against him and his government. The more he makes us believe that St. Lucia is in trouble with the RICO court case filed by Martinez. And so, St. Lucia, I want to focus tonight on what we could have done with that money. I want us to ask ourselves and really think of how much money is at stake and how much money we are about to lose if we don't get our hands on this money. This is not Ernest's money. This is not Philip J. Pierce's money. This is not Richard Frederick's money. This is your money. This is you, the people of St. Lucia's money. And you deserve to know where the money is. Just like Stephenson King, as the chairman said, that he went and asked Martinez where the money is. Is the money for the infrastructure program coming or is it not coming? So you need to ask questions. You need to get angry about the money, and the evidence of your money needs to show up soon. And so, Mamai Flambeau, just imagine $1.4 billion. No drugs in the hospital. We saw the letter this week. No beds for terminally ill people. But yet, the government says that they have implemented a portion of the universal health care program. Most nurses are leaving St. Lucia because they're badly paid. But yet, the government gives Galaxy this sweetheart deal. They've implemented a 2.5% tax on the backs of you, the people of St. Lucia, while they give Galaxy a sweetheart deal to go and make millions, over $1 billion US on the back of you, the people of St. Lucia.
They said that the tax that they have put on is for health and for security. But yet we hear from the Police Welfare Association that police officers need to share bulletproof vests. Something that the Police Welfare Association says is very not hygienic. They have cut school subsidies. They have picked up taxes from the gas. They have not passed on the savings to you, the people of St. Lucia, which should really have gone to reduce the price of gas. They've left the price of gas and they have taken all of their money. So while you struggle, Galaxy is making it. The lawyers that are booking the CIP are making it. We have estimated in the UWP that the lawyers that are booking and processing the CIP program would have accumulated some $39 million just in booking fees alone in the CIP program. So when will you, the people of St. Lucia, benefit from the CIP? When will you get housing? When will you get schools? When will you get proper roads and community centers and good scholarships? And when will you see benefits to the CIP program? You know, I can tell you that while we were there and the limited amount of revenue that we picked up in the CIP, because we were all about making sure that this thing was done right. We were never going, you could never hear that on the island Chastanet there were 6,000 passports for the hotel. I mean, what I remember, there were 700 passports for the hotel. How did it get to 6,000? And why wouldn't Hilaire feel it necessary to come and clear up to say whether it is 6,000, whether it is 5,000, or whether it is 3,000? But what I want to say to you is that when the banana farmers had their problems with the storm, you guys remember we had a hurricane? It was the CIP money that we collected that we put to help the banana farmers when they went through Tropical Storm Brett. When the tourism industry was seeking to make a comeback and didn't have any money to market itself, it was the CIP money then that we used to help to resuscitate the tourism industry. When we were going into the Owen King EU hospital and it needed furnishings, it needed to be set up and to be completed, to open, it was the CIP money that we used, the limited CIP funds that we have, that we put back into you, the people of St. Lucia's life. We were never shy to give information about Galaxy. When we gave the concessions and the incentives, the tax breaks to Galaxy for the hotel development, all of it was laid in Parliament. We made that information public. There are statements made by the former Prime Minister, by myself, about what the agreement with Galaxy was, what the responsibility of Galaxy was, what the responsibility of the government of St. Lucia is. But this week, Ernest is going to tell a radio program, a talk show host, that it is wrong for him to share information about a company. It is wrong for him to tell the people of St. Lucia how many passports the government had agreed to sell. It is wrong, he said, to let us know what the deal is with Galaxy. I say to Ernest that that's a big fat lie. I say to Ernest that you continue to lie to the people of St. Lucia. I say to Ernest that everywhere in the world, almost 80 countries in the world, has what is called a Freedom of Information Act. Meaning that you, members of the public, can go and get information. You can get it online. You can look at any government program. Once it has to do with your resources, state-owned resources, you have a right to know what the government is making available to any developer. You have a right to see contracts. You have a right to see agreements between government and private sector developers. And so the government is not SLP's government. It is not Ernest's government. It is not Philip's government. It is not Stephenson King's government. The government belongs to you, the people of St. Lucia, and you deserve to know what is going on with the affairs of your resources. And so they asked him as well, can you tell us whether the chairman has resigned? He said, well, you will have to ask the chairman whether he has resigned or not. I mean, when I appointed a chairman of the tourist board, I was in charge of that chairman. I knew whether he was going or whether he was coming. And if I didn't know whether the chairman had a job or not, I felt that I had to resign. And so, Ernest, if you don't know whether Lon Theophilus has resigned or not, then you are not fit to be minister of the CIP. So, it's a simple question. Has Lon Theophilus resigned? Let's stop going around and beating around the bush. This is a crucial and important matter where millions of our money are at stake. They asked him about the secretary. Ernest, why did the secretary resign? He said that there was a journalist who called the secretary and intimidated the secretary. Now think about this for a moment. The secretary is the corporate secretary. She's also the legal secretary. It means that she's a trained lawyer. And you're saying to me that a reporter from a TV station with no legal background can call her and intimidate her about the law? I mean, do you really believe that St. Lucians are that stupid that they will fall for such a lie? This is a big, fat lie. Ernest, stop the lying. Stop the stealing. We need to know the honest truth. What is going on with the CIP department? Why is it that we do not know whether you have a corporate secretary or whether you have a chairman? We need to know. And so Ernest continues to skirt around the issues. I mean, could you imagine? 6,000 passports at 200,000, $1.2 billion to build a hotel. Now think about that. I mean, as I was prepping last night, I was laying in my bed and I was trying to think of a hotel in St. Lucia that we have built that has cost $1.2 billion US. And I said, you know, I'd have to defer to the leader of the opposition because he has been in tourism longer than I am. But I will bet the leader of the opposition that he cannot find a hotel anywhere in the Caribbean that is worth $1.2 billion US. I am going to bet my bottom dollar that maybe Bahama in the Bahamas and maybe Atlantis in the Bahamas in Paradise Island. But I cannot think of any hotel anywhere in the Eastern Caribbean that's going to cost $1.2 billion US. We remember the project being $350 million. And so if you have allowed Galaxy to sell passports to the tune of $1.2 billion, 24,000 passports, it would mean that you are allowing Galaxy to make a profit of $950 million US on the backs of the people of St. Lucia. I mean, who makes an agreement like this? Who goes and sell the people of St. Lucia out like this? Who does this to a country they claim they love? And Ernest claims that he loves St. Lucia, that he's a product of St. Lucia, that he belongs more than those of us who are not born here in St. Lucia. You love your country and that's what you do? You sell out your country like that? I mean, I knew that the Labour Party people are bad negotiators, but I never knew that they were as bad as this, that they would allow someone to come and say to them that they need $1.2 billion to build a hotel. We need to know who is getting a cut where. We need to know. And so, I don't feel good coming here and gloat. Every time I have to come and talk about this issue, it depresses me. It makes me feel ashamed. I'm embarrassed. I'm in disgrace to be here. Because here it is. We just had a proud moment yesterday. We just had one of our patriots making us proud. And we have to continue in this mess, in this CIP scandal, where the Labour Party government continues to embarrass our country. Then they claim that the UWP is afraid. Their favorite line, we are afraid that if they succeed with the CIP, they're going to build homes. They're going to do this and they're going to do that. Well, I want to say to Ernest that based on the record and the track record of your government, nobody is afraid of y'all implementing anything. We give you all the Millennium Highway, y'all can't finish it up to now. Look at the roundabout there, the longest roundabout in the history of the Caribbean. Up to now, y'all cannot do it. The bridge was built, the cul-de-sac bridge, waiting for y'all for 3 years just to connect the road. Not like you are building a new road. You are just repaving a road. And up to now, you cannot finish. Ernest, if we had to go based on that, look at crime. You have failed the people of St. Lucia on crime. You have, instead of protecting the people, you are protecting yourself. Look at healthcare. Look at the damning report that has come from the Mental and Dental Association. It is not my words. It is the doctors themselves saying that they have not seen it so bad in St. Lucia, that healthcare is at an all-time low in this country. So you, Ernest, you are not fooling any of us because you are a complete failure when it comes to managing the affairs of this country. But I want to put Ernest and all of those passports that are being undervalued and undersold. When the United Workers' Party is elected, and when we get into government, within weeks, the very first thing we will do is revoke every single passport that is illegal. That is illegal. And we will say to them, you better pay up. You better pay the legal price or you cannot be a citizen of St. Lucia. And I want to congratulate Dominica. The Prime Minister of Dominica this week has done the right thing. He has said that there has been corruption. And he didn't send memos like Ernest, who's proud of saying that he sent memos to the agents who he heard that is underselling our program. The Prime Minister of Dominica has revoked 68 citizenships. Citizens from Iraq, people from Russia, people from other Far Eastern countries, people from Nigeria. He has said that, look, we cannot continue to be a fraudulent country. We cannot allow people to commit fraud in our country. We cannot allow our country to be stained like this. And so 68 citizens were revoked in Sister Island of Dominica. But you know, it took Dominica to lose their visa-free access. And the reason we are fighting here in St. Lucia is that it doesn't or shouldn't have to get to that state to us here in St. Lucia. We want to make sure that you can still go to Martinique, that you can still go to Paris if you want to without a visa, that you can still go wherever you want, that you can go to the UK and visit friends if you want without having to need a visa, that you can still travel as freely as you want, that you can still buy things online, that you can still get people to go to West Tech and do online transactions. You know what has happened in Dominica recently? In Dominica, Bank of America has just stopped processing all CIP transactions. Bank of America, and I heard Martinez said on television that he has shared documents with the same Bank of America, and Bank of America has received those documents, evidence to show that there are over 300 fraudulent passport transactions in St. Lucia's CIP program. But Ernest has said nothing about this. All he has said is that he sent them memos. This is like your child misbehaving, and you are saying to that child, oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop it. Stop it. Now it's not a time for a weak government. Now it's a time for a strong government to come in and to fix this crisis. We don't need people in government right now who will be colluding with investors to rob you, the people of St. Lucia. We don't need people who will be co-conspirators in lawsuits. We don't need people who will be defendants in lawsuits, whose name will be in the U.S. federal courts. We need good, upstanding people who will come into government and who will clean up the CIP program from day number one. Stop the deals now. And so, St. Lucia, I want to ask you today to take a very, very serious reflection and to ask yourself whether we can afford as a small country to lose over $1 billion. I want you to ask yourself whether we can allow the Chinese company to rape our treasury the way that this government has allowed them to rape the treasury. I want you to ask yourself whether this money is important to our national development. I am calling you to action. I am asking you to step forward and to rally and to come out and to walk with us tomorrow to call for the resignation of the Deputy Prime Minister, of the CIP CEO, and all those who have allowed this scandal to take place in this country, who has allowed a Chinese company to take advantage on our little beloved country. I want you to join us as we walk tomorrow to the Prime Minister's office to drop a letter for the resignation of Ernest Hilaire and all of those people who have been guilty. So I want you to ensure that you take a stand. I want you to take responsibility to help us to get our monies back. I want you to make sure that not only that, but you also recognize that the next election is the most important election in our country's history. I mean, let's look at Ernest's history. Hilaire, who parades around and tells all of us that he's an upstanding man, has had issues with his own character since West Indies Cricket Board. He has had issues when he was the High Commissioner of the UK, the St. Lucia High Commissioner. He's had issues with a diplomatic passport that he made available to Jafali. He is the Accountant General, wrote a report to the former government to suggest that he illegally opened a bank account where himself and Jafali were signing on the account. Several checks of the same account went to Ernest's without any explanation on the stubs as to what the monies were for. He said that the monies belonged to the state. He said that the account was the High Commissioner's account, but yet there was no explanation. How do you sign a check to yourself if you are the signatory to an account? We know now about the Rovergate scandal with Ernest and the Range Rover. trying to defraud taxes. And just like he has threatened to have a legal suit against Peter Chico, the former customs controller, he is now trying to intimidate Lisa Joseph, a journalist who is courageous enough, who is bold enough, who has the confidence enough to stand up to the St. Lucia Labour Party and their bully. Now he is threatening to say that he is going to take Lisa Joseph to court. I mean, what is this about? What is this about? She is simply asking questions like the rest of us. We want to know, where is the money? We want to know, is the money ever going to reach St. Lucia? We want to know, Ernest, when will we get the money? Answer our questions. We want to ask you, and we are not asking anymore. We're demanding of you, please give us our money or else face the penalty. Mama Flambeau, I thank you very much for this evening.
Thank you very much, Deputy Political Leader Dominic Fedee. And ladies and gentlemen, you heard about this CIP program, which is becoming a real crisis of exorbitant, if I must put it like Martinez put it, of biblical proportions. But you know, a journalist has to do what a journalist has to do. And I know there is a love-hate relationship between journalists and politicians. And what they do today, even if it is a UWP in office, they will do it tomorrow. So I just want to say to Lisa, do your job. Do not allow them to intimidate you. Now, I heard Dominic talk about what 1.4, is it, or $1.2 billion can do. And that is how much money we're looking for. US dollars, US. That is the amount of money we cannot find. Well, that's why we are now, asking WTF. But you know, it is the modus operandi of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Because do not forget, they had the St. Lucia National Lottery borrow $80 million for World Cup cricket. Because they wanted to repair 3 sporting facilities: Bossejus Stadium, Gros playing field, and Mindo Phillip Park. Now, they did the repairs. If you wish, go to those facilities and show me where $80 million was spent. Now, to put this in context, ladies and gentlemen, to build a stadium like Bossejus Cricket Ground from scratch, with the turf, with the seats, with all the amenities and everything, it will only cost you about $40 million. Okay? Only about $40 million. But we have spent, that's what they say, $80 million for preparation for the cricket matches that took place here recently. That is the kind of government that you have. We know $80 million was not spent. We want to be told, where did that $80 million go? Because, unfortunately, we will have to press them for those answers. Because if the minister responsible for sports cannot even tell you who is the contractor, is not WTF, he will tell you. But we have to insist on more accountability from our own government. Now, before I call the next caller, I just want to talk about something. Sorry, the next speaker. I think I'm on a talk show now. I want to mention something that disturbs me. You know, very often, our people want to step forward and demonstrate their political affiliation, but because of where they work, they hold back. But for the St. Lucia Labour Party, it seems as if it is a free-for-all. They can, when and if they want. And we have another case in point that has just taken place. They just had a meeting of the St. Lucia, the AGM of the St. Lucia Labour Party Youth Organization, the SLPYO. And guess who is the president of the SLPYO? Nikolai Lansico. Now, let me just say this. Quite apart from the fact that he's a public servant, I want to ask the question, isn't he the first vice president of the CSA? And if you're the first vice president of the CSA and you have an executive position on the St. Lucia Labour Party, which is the present government, whose interests are you going to represent? Can you be objective in dealing with the interests and concerns of your members? I call on the CSA members to look into this. This nonsense have to stop. This has to stop. We cannot have that kind of foolishness taking place in this country. And you know, I notice in their pictures, you see principals sitting in front with their red. You see all kinds of people, but when our people demonstrate their affiliation, you all want to call for the dismissal and so on. Well, let me just tell you, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And we Flambeau is not going to be intimidated by them. CSA, let me see where you all stand, whether you all going to allow yourselves to be used, bullied and intimidated by the St. Lucia Labour Party government, and whether you're going to take a stand in the interest of your members. Because I'm telling you, when this man goes to represent you, he'll be representing his party, not you. Because all they're interested in is protecting their victory, not protecting you. You know? Ladies and gentlemen, moving right along. I would like to call now on another speaker. Y'all are preempting me. You know, there are all kinds of guys around. Some guys who take responsibility and don't want to face up to the responsibility. Some guys who say they're most ready, but they don't know if they did not know tourism was our main industry and how important it was to us. They do not know how to deal with crime because they're not police. They don't know how to deal with anything in this country, even when there are advisories placed upon us by the French. Given the fact that the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, they don't even know that happens. So I want to say to St. Lucians, whenever it is called the next general elections, you go to the polls and ensure that this time around you elect the right guy. Last time in Castries Southeast, I don't generally tell people in other constituencies where to vote. In Gros, I can tell them what's best for us. But let me just say this. You voted a guy called Joachim Henry. You don't know who's Joachim Henry? The guy who came in the church with the gun after guy. I'm talking about. The guy who was mentioned, that's not the right guy. The guy who was mentioned recently in a documentary as being allegedly involved in, I almost said the wrong thing, in blackmail, a crime, a criminal offense. These are the kind of people you should not elect. You made a mistake. We all make mistakes. This is time to correct the mistake. And you are going to correct this mistake by ensuring that you return the right guy as your representative in Castries Southeast. As I call on the right guy, our deputy political leader, to address you, Guy Joseph.
We are seeing the highest level of corruption in the history of this country. And it is sad that the people who spoke the most about this are the ones perpetuating what is happening. Because when you look at a government is responsible to be fair and equitable.
Mamai Flambeau. Good night, everyone, to all our viewers online and those of you who are here with us. It is a pleasure to be here once again to address serious issues of concern. Not only about the governance of the St. Lucia Labour Party, but about where our country is heading and what St. Lucia has lost as a result of electing the St. Lucia Labour Party. It is 3 years of backward movement under this Labour Party administration. Tonight, I bring you special greetings, and I want to accompany it by apologizing to the New York caucus for not being able to be present at the advertised activity, and I know that they are following the live today. I tried desperately to get a ticket to try and make it yesterday for the event, last evening, and to get back here, and it just could not work. But as TP would know, every single event in New York I have supported over the years. From in December, when it was very cold, when the small group of about 12 to 15 people got together, and I drove down from Boston that night to be at that meeting in New York and to drive back the next day. And so I want the diaspora to know that you have the support of this executive of the United Workers' Party. And we appreciate the level of commitment we are seeing from New York to Canada to Texas to the UK to Miami, you name it. UWP has never been so active in the diaspora before. And we have to compliment you for what you are doing. Now, at the last elections, we asked you for 5, and we were giving you 5. Isn't that fair? We asked, our manifesto was 5 for 5. We are not like the Labour Party. The Labour Party promises you one thing in opposition, but when they get into government, you get nothing. You don't even get a 6 for a 9 from the Labour Party. You get a 0. So, we ask you, but you didn't believe us. We encourage you, but you chose to believe the lies. Everything Alan Chastanet promised, he delivered. In our first manifesto, and I don't just tell you things you know. I have the documents to back up what I am saying. We increased the school transport subsidy. We wiped off the bills at Victoria Hospital and St. Jude Hospital to the tune of in excess of $14 million. We increased the school feeding program. You did not pay property tax on your private homes for 5 years under the United Workers' Party led by Alan Michael Chastanet. And we reduced VAT by 2.5%. Now let me tell you something. When a man promises and he delivers, you ought to have the confidence that if he promises again, he will deliver. Now, in the 5 for 5, we promised you to introduce unemployment benefits. In other words, there would be an unemployment insurance so that if you lost your job for a period of time, you would get part of your salary to cover you through the time until you get another job. That is what progressive parties do for their community, their country, and their people. Number 2, monthly assistance to the needy. And we started some of it during the COVID period, where a percentage of your water bill was paid, a percentage of your electricity bill was paid. Groceries were delivered to your homes. That is what Alan Chastanet did. And we borrowed less money during COVID than Labour Party has borrowed during the time with no COVID. We would save parents money on school books. And can you imagine this period of September, August into September? Ek ou savyo po même fait step pour baise moun na tiede. Un pou goume exeb pour sa passe en les chimères. You have to, and if you don't believe what I say, right on the sidewalk there, before you get to the entrance of Rodney Bay into this area there, I saw people pushing grass on either side for them to walk through on a concrete sidewalk. The little battery place there, pass there, peut-être yo kay couper zeblo so ebe deme comme dit ça. But you can pass there and you can see the state of Rodney Bay area. So see Rodney Bay later sa, ki sa we expect ki forest here. You see what I'm telling you? We would have saved you money. You know what you would have had to pay? $250, and you would get an ebook with all the lessons. We would not give you a blank and empty computer. But you made a choice. The majority of St. Lucians made a choice. And unfortunately, the rest of us, we have to suffer the consequences. Now, it's not the majority of St. Lucians in terms of the population. It's the majority of people who went out and voted. Because Labour only got 50% of the votes and we got 42. And you've heard the political leader explain it. So parents this time around would have had to pay only $250 and their children would have every book they needed to go to school. And you know we had introduced the MiFi system where the parents who could not afford, we were giving them the device with the ability to get internet access right at their homes. I want people to understand, I'm not just here to criticize the shortcomings of the Labour Party and their incompetence. I am giving you a better alternative in the United Workers' Party and Alan Michael Chastanet. Because some people think we can only criticize, but we have solutions. So number 3 was you would save money on books. Number 4, VAT would be further reduced by 2.5% to 10%. What has Labour Party done? Le nou bouche yo, ek nou di yo kay hose VAT la by 2.5%. Last minute they change it from the increase of the VAT by 2.5% and they call it health and security levy. Liars. When a man can write a lie like this and present it in the Parliament of St. Lucia, ki sa pa ife? A prime minister who lies every time he opens his mouth. And you all say we can say it out there. Prime Minister, take me to court and let me prove to the people of St. Lucia where you have lied. Medical care for all. And And I will elaborate on medical care later on when I come to the letter from the Medical and Dental Association. But I want St. Lucians to know, nobody on the island Chastanet today would have needed a GoFundMe to have an operation or to go and visit a doctor. Nobody would have to have a barbecue and sell tickets. Or nobody would have be walking around with a sheet of paper to say, sponsor me. What a sad situation we face in this country. That the Labour Party has reduced decent citizens to beggars. To people who have to make a choice between feeding their children and going to the doctor. What a sad situation. And you know why it's painful for me? Because I get more requests for help today under the St. Lucia Labour Party than I got when I was a minister under the United Workers' Party. How can a government be so wicked? Ki manye moun ki di yo konta moun sa mauvais kon han che yo. You know? But I'll come to that because health is something that is very, very serious. So, we ask you 5 for 5. You didn't give us nothing, you ain't getting nothing. Because Labour Party is who you gave it to, and Labour Party has nothing to offer. As much as we would have loved to do it, and we would have done it. But we are in opposition. We cannot do it in opposition. We can only do it in government. But despite that, we give more help to people than the Labour Party do today. And we will come to that. So, Labour Party a ka revele koyo abrisa. You pa realize that? The SLP is now revealing who they really are. But we already know. Essa pa vwe. Flambeau has some set bluffers kila. A set mate. Now tansa. Ma vle yo di mwen kouye moun chien, so mwen pou be careful ki manye mwen di sa. But I made a statement at our last meeting. And it's a biblical statement describing a fool as a dog who goes back and eats its vomit. And you know a fool is foolish enough to say that he pa même di mahe, he di vale. Now, who sav la na difference between mahe and vale? The man did not even say he ate his vomit, you know. Now, let me tell you something. I don't want to upset you. I don't want to upset you. But I must say this. If you sick and you vomit is one thing. But when a man take his own finger, push it in his throat, just to vomit and to go back and eat the vomit, me say no problem. So if he didn't understand what Proverbs said, I will send him to the next passage in the Bible. In 2 Peter chapter 2 and verse 22. And it says the dog returns to its own vomit, and a sow is a female pig. After you bathe it, will go back right into the mud. Now I want you to understand that. Thereby, nou ka parle about la. chien qui m'a vomi là, et cochon a probé là, et pas juste un cochon, il dit a female adult pig. That is the description. Goes right back into the mud. Well, Richard Frederick, you put the cap so it fits you. Pas moi qui dit. Ou qui dit ou m'a vomi. Et ou agis by advance notice qui laisse vomi ou kay m'a encore. Now, don't be fooled by Richard's folly. He wants to distract your attention. But I want you to get the real essence of what has happened. The land price has gone up by more than 25% under the St. Lucia Labour Party. So for the 3 years that the project was delayed, you know what the result is? The price of the land has gone to $14.50. And we were talking about $9 and $10 a square foot. For that matter, Ezekiel wanted $6 a square foot for the land, for the people in the area. Now hear what I'm saying to you. The Labour Party, Philip J. Pierre and Richard Frederick, and don't ever misunderstand this. Richard does not make these decisions by himself. When you are a minister in the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister must sanction the decisions made by the minister. So, pas quitter Pierre vin menti ba ou ek fè ou kwe, c'est Richard qui fait ba il qui passable. Pierre plus mauvais passe Richard. There's more wickedness in the heart of this man than Richard Frederick. Because tell me something. How do you justify that the United Workers' Party was going to sell the land to the people between $9 and $11 a square foot, depending on where it was, and today you are selling the same land for $14.50 to the people? For that matter, I know there are people who went there, who had booked for land already, and when they called them, they told them the price was $16 a square foot. Now, the extra money that is to be paid should be paid by Richard Frederick and Philip J. Pierre. Now, I want you to understand that based on the price that they propose, a 6,500 square feet lot will cost the St. Lucian more than $25,000 more than it was originally. Now think of having to go to the bank and get an additional $25,000. How much interest you will pay on that $25,000? Ça te ça fait whole fondation kay là-bas. But Richard Frederick, and you know what is shameful about us as a people? People were clapping as if that is something so nice that un bougma have vomi. Exabel Telma. There's nothing more disgusting than this. But people who are supposed to be educated will clap and applaud foolishness. Monsieur Lausan Leba, we know. You mean to tell me, and Flambeau, I'm happy you're not like that. Sometimes we're not always happy how you all deal with us, you know. But I am telling you, never be like these people. When we are wrong, tell us we are wrong. Okay? You cannot tell me a politician can make people appear so stupid. A politician does nonsense. And then he comes back and he tells you he did nonsense, and you praising him for doing nonsense. I mean, I listened to Richard. Now, do you know that that thing was not posted? If we did not get the video and circulate it, people would not know what he said. So they think is only on the labor things, on the Flambeau things were leaking. Ask them who that leaked the video. You see, I want you to understand there are some fundamentals that we need to understand as a people. If we allow politicians to get away with nonsense, our country and our children and future generations will be the ones paying for it. And how can a Labour Party behave that kind of way and people applauding them? You know what I said? If a wife, no, maybe I should not say that. Ladies may be offended, so I need to be careful. We gave a fixed price contract to Fresh Start. It means that whether prices had doubled on the world market, they could not charge more for the project. That is the advantage of fixed price contract. So they were charging $9 a square foot for the development of the land. My understanding is they have negotiated with Labour Party and it is at $11 a square foot. So if Guy had done a bubble with Fresh Start, why is Labour paying Fresh Start more money than we were paying them? Now they will tell you prices increase. But si nou te fè an bubble la te supposé ha cover pour increase price la. Espa. But you see, and I'm telling you, Flambeaus, I'm speaking to the Flambeaus now. Some of the Flambeaus, the propaganda started with us. We were spreading more of the propaganda of Labour than Labour themselves. Now, ma pe comme moi, Martinez pour check moi. Martinez pour check moi. Moi ke expect Martinez pour check moi because moi vla ache kola yepi. So it pour check moi. But I want us to understand. Honesty stares us in the face, but we turn it down for con men. Because this Labour Party is a set of con men. All they do is fancy talk. Nothing to back it up. And so I want you to understand, every young person who will own a piece of land in Talvan today, the Labour Party has cost you in excess of $40,000 by the time you look at the price and the interest. On the UWP, you would have been $40,000 better with the same piece of land. You would have built your house 3 years ago. Prices would not have been as high as it is today. You're telling me that's people who are for the people? And let me tell you, they have some big business people in St. Lucia. They profit from these things. So they support Labour. But we come into that. So I believe that the difference in price for the land should be paid by those who cause the price to go up and not by the poor people of this country, struggling to own a piece of St. Lucia. Now, I want you to know that when you look at the cost of construction, now you know these fellas think that they are smart. And that's what Richard is trying to play. So he knows what he wants to do at shock already. You know what my information says? They already have a developer sitting to buy 12 acres of the best land at shock. Did you hear me? One man, 12 acres. I want you to understand what is at play there. Under a united workers' party, the land would have been sold to as many St. Lucians as possible. Tout ba se bugsa involvant the Dania deal. Now listen to this. I heard Richard praising Peter Felicien, Mr. Uran Zipolit Bidge, this one. Are these not the same people that the United Workers' Party government was working with? So all the time they were bad under Flambeau, and all of a sudden they are good? You understand what is at play there? Lies and propaganda. So we come into that because there are so many things. Cost of living. What is going on now? Tell me what's in your interest. Tell me what is better in St. Lucia under the St. Lucia Labour Party since they came into government 3 years ago. Dis-moi ba qui pli maire en Saint-Lucie Hodia. And those of you who are at your homes listening to me, tell me what is better in the supermarket. Tell me how much safer it is for me to leave my home and go where I want to roam. Tell me. Tell me which young person is better off in this country today. And I heard Richard attacking Spider's son. Spider's son is a young man and a young St. Lucian at that. But you see, when politicians do not know where to draw the line, Richard, we know how many pieces of land you came to own and how many is on your children's name. So don't try to go down that road with other people. Because Spider's son went through the legitimate process of doing what he was doing. Il pa fait rien batab. Si te fait un batab, hot l'argent le ba hot te kay bayan, hot sav say Spider. Now the other thing young people have to ask themselves, did they give him something just to set him up and to use it politically? You see how devious this Labour Party is? They draw no lines. They have no boundaries. And it is sad that young people have to be exposed to that type of politics from the St. Lucia Labour Party. And Philip JP and Richard Frederick, ou pa pren la han pochou pou bay pièson. These are resources that are available for qualified young St. Lucians. And we need to ask ourselves. We need to ask ourselves, is it right? Richard is not the minister for youth. He is not the one handing out checks. How did he know who received the first check? So lana souse en gouvernement. And when we talk about the public servants qui ka fait souse, then you want to attack public servants? We don't want to attack you. We want to put you on notice that you have to have integrity in what you do. You know, Richard went to a meeting and called the names of the 2 officers at NHC who used to give him information. Ek ou sav sa yon temade a machine duty free le yo to a gouvernement. That is what is going on in our country. But I can speak loud. I challenge any public servant in St. Lucia to come and say, Guy Joseph asked them to do this or do that for them on a side. That is where I'm better than y'all. The labor rights. That is where y'all cannot touch me. Because you know what? My integrity did not come from y'all. It didn't come from y'all. And there's nothing you can do to make me do what I did not do. Ou pas ça faire ça, ou pas bon Dieu. So I want us to understand that we in the United Workers' Party, when we do things for people, we don't go and broadcast it. And it is very unfortunate that this young, bright St. Lucian, who came up with a business plan, submitted it, would get his name called out. And the other hundreds of young St. Lucians, you not hear nothing about them. So, I needed to put this in so we understand. We must create better opportunities for our young people. I believe in St. Lucians. I believe in our ability to do things. And we demonstrated that when we were in government, every major project that was done under Alan Chastanet and the United Workers' Party was done by St. Lucians. We say one thing and we live by it. Now, our passport does not say this is an SLP passport. This is an SLU, St. Lucia. The U is for you. This is our passport. SLU. That is our passport. And Hele and Galaxy cannot do what they want with our passport. Now, Martinez gave Labour Party a chance to come and join with him to find where the money is. Now, it appears to me that Labour Party don't want to find where the money is because they know where the money is already. By some lana minister ki pa have kola ye. Bo labitil bi se pa savaye. Mais when they mati, même mani mati qui dit pas te savent un year about Chime Gozilea, except permanent secretary qui sign contract la, ek ministry qui te ka supervise contract la, yet still li dit pas rien. So lay do we have kola infrastructure yo kwesa? The man's lies is the same size with him. Where même mani ay goa, même ko se mati ay kadiago. You see, these men, but they're revealing themselves. And while I'm on that, Mr. Stevenson King, I want you to answer the post by Andrew. that says you gave him about $600,000 for Andy Daniel. And after the elections, you all brought back 300,000 to the Taiwanese. Mwen vle wepon sa. Pa mwen ki post li a sou Facebook. Andrew ki post li a sou Facebook. So le te ka pala about moun ki te ka hen la ha Taiwanese la. Le ba pati samde sav la te na book te ka hen la ha Taiwanese. How did you get $600,000 from the Taiwanese to give Andy Daniel in Denrinoff? And how did you all get 300,000 to bring back to the Taiwanese? Yo ka depale apre sa? Yo just commencé depale? Ou sa? Now, ye pota pou du kopan sa. Wherever party say book chair. You know, Joachim did his thing up to a day like today, as God is my witness. I've never said a bad word about Joachim or his son in relation to the death of his son, because I regard life as very precious. And I don't have enemies. I don't have people that I hate. And I can never wish bad for somebody. But pour monsieur dit c'est pas lui qui dans l'église là. On pas ça me dit. Monsieur dit c'est pas lui qui vit dans l'église là. So si c'est pas lui, c'est bolom lui. Can you believe how much the Labour Party will lie about things? The man claims is not he. The recording that was there, he says, not he that in the recording, not he that speaking there. And they put a man like that in charge of ecclesiastical affairs in this country. And you don't want a blight to be on St. Lucia? And the churches see nothing wrong with that? I'm a churchman, and I see a lot wrong with that. When a state can put a man like this to be in charge of all religious denominations in a country, that country is cursed and blighted. When a man is corrupt, we ask him to resign for other things. Okay? So why this one is so acceptable? You know, I've told you all. Moi hatan mati, mais ma jamais tan mati kon. Moi vi ay gade te pla ki jou sa pou we, si moi te bal we. Now there are two other things I want to touch on. Mr. Reno Gajada. You said 200 years ago, they used to bring workers to St. Lucia. And St. Lucia was built by workers. Of course, St. Lucia was built by workers. It happened that both you, Reno, and myself, who are of Indian descent, that our great-grandparents came as indentured laborers from India to work in St. Lucia. This indentured labor thing was not much different from the slaves, you know. Go back and check the history. I've done my research on it. Some of these people did not come by choice. You know, India has its own unique rules that govern how people behave. And some of these people, they were conned into coming to St. Lucia thinking that there was so much. And some of them never went back. They stayed here. That is what you, Reno Gajada, calling for in St. Lucia again. with 180,000 people in St. Lucia. Every other contractor can find workers. Reno, why you cannot find workers? Huh? Everybody looking for a job. I have a little something doing. A dozen fellas. Bossman, you have a little something to give me? Anything, I will do it. Reno, pa ahen travail. Ipa ahen travail. Now, while I will choose not to say it, Reno, I want you to read the comments under your comment, your interview, and see what is the main reason why people don't want to work for you. And it is not because of the price you pay. And the rest of you can read the comments for yourself. Because it is important for us to understand. Now, my problem is not with Reno. Reno is a businessman. He's a businessman. And businessmen are there to make money. Here's my problem. Why is the government of Philip J. Pierre giving Reno every major contract and every small contract in this country to allow Reno to exploit and take advantage of the workers of St. Lucia? And you don't even have to tender for the jobs. Can you imagine they give him from the job to pressure wash the median barrier between the 4-lane road, to pressure wash in St. Jude, to the $300 million project on St. Jude? So, ukabay PT, ukabay go, ukabay sakamita ako. So, what is left for the rest of St. Lucia? We built the new St. Jude only with local workers, mostly from the south. Why Reno can't find workers? So, when the people who are building the OKU came here, who did the work? St. Lucians. You bring people, you say, from Honduras, from India, from El Salvador, from Colombia. So, sukahen mun from Tutla. Puki sa upapre tua sa mun ale kanawang. Ek kite se St. Lucia la kayo, ek fami yo, ek madam yo, ek isyo, ek bayo tua fay la St. Lucia. So, Reno, you think all of us are stupid? The workers you bring there, they already live in their home and they come into another country. So bring them to Kanawang and leave the St. Lucians to work here in St. Lucia. Why you want a man to leave his wife and his children? Akalte tanguyav sa. Ekupo mem dio comme la yo ka travail pou. Ekaba ki condition yo ka travail. But you see, it's not Reno. It's the Labour Party. It's the Labour Party that is giving him everything that allows him to exploit the workforce. Because you don't have choice. Who else you going to? Who else have a contract? See your Bible. Glateni about 5 bougak ti pressure wash yo, ki te ka pressure wash median barrier. Ou savi yo bayren no contract la pou pressure wash median barrier? She's job pou peti we relin pon yo ka bayren. Now let me tell you something. Ask any employee of the Ministry of Infrastructure. Reno is the Minister of Infrastructure in St. Lucia. And Reno, if what I say there is not so, challenge me on it. To put out the information about what I know. Because I had the Marvin Doos. Reno ni please say a ministry, passe permanent secretary, passe chief engineer. So passe minister même. So to ve sa dwal se li ka hen tout contract. Now my final area that I must touch on. The health sector. And now, I saw a letter. And Skinny, give me maybe about 8 minutes to deal with that. Listen to me. We took pressure. We took pressure from the Medical and Dental Association when we were in government. We were managing crisis after crisis. We got hit by COVID. We had to open OKEU emergency, the same hospital that the Labour Party started by having a naming ceremony. Place a plaque on the building, put chains on the door, and locked it and walk away for years. A completed hospital. We came in. St. Jude, the construction of St. Jude was a disaster. Health centers were a mess. And then COVID hit us. We had to move into OKEU overnight. And we had to convert Victoria Hospital into a respiratory hospital. And under the leadership of Honorable Alan Chastanet, we opened OKEU. We converted the hospital. All of that using local people. VH became the respiratory hospital. And we were managing and we were building you a brand new state-of-the-art St. Jude Hospital. And yet still, they put pressure on us. And I need to say this. They said, don't bring Cayman Health City here. We were not bringing Cayman Health City to help take over the hospital. We were bringing Cayman Health City to help us in restructuring the operational part of the hospital. You know what happened? As soon as we lost the elections and Cayman Health City was leaving, Tapion engaged the same Cayman Health City people to help them restructure Tapion and put it as a modern medical facility. That is why I cannot support any other leader other than Alan Michael Chastanet. St. Lucia would be flying high under the leadership of Alan Michael Chastanet. Our healthcare system would be top-notch today. But sad to say, look at the situation. Now, pas moi qui marche. On vle porter moun l'audience le di bay. On vle mener Lisa l'audience. C'est pas Lisa qui dit rien. Martinez qui dit bay. Menez Martinez l'audience. Not DBS. Le ou pas savent qui moun qui dit bay ou ka porter moun ou ka porter bay la l'audience pour garder si ou ka dit qui moun qui dit. Martinez show his face. He tell you, is he that saying it? Is DBS and Lisa, you all want to take to court? He laisse pas échapper. Ou chaper Range Rover, mais ça pas échapper. Now, hear this. I write on behalf of the physician body of the Owen King European Union Hospital to express our utter dismay / disgust with the current state of affairs at the island's main hospital and by extension, our healthcare system. Ou j'aime entendre words qu'on can describe bon santé? You ever heard good health being described in this way? So it means we're not in good health in St. Lucia. When a doctor can pen words of dismay and disgust No wonder you come here for me, yo. That's disgusting. Now listen to me, people. These are the doctors that our lives are in their hands, you know. These people not supposed to be working under unnecessary stress and pressure. Because one little out can cost us our lives. Now, Monsieur Moussa, ou te savent les Flambeau pouvoir, and we were using hundreds of cylinders of oxygen. We had to set up a new oxygen plant in Vieux-Fort. Ou savent la paten oxygen, ek ou di se moun nan ki ka mort, se Alan Chastanet qui responsable. Ho di la pan l'hôpital la. Ou savent moun ay l'hôpital ek yo te vle bre tablette, ite mou voye en machine ay pou an bouteille de l'eau bay pou y boire. People, these are not stories I'm telling you all day, you know. We are healthy, we are well. And some of us can afford to go to Tapio, and the majority of them in government avant zote yo ka fe yo mal. Se matnike be baba de be Miami. My mother died in the hospital. Within 10 minutes of arriving at the hospital, I carried her in my arms because there was not a wheelchair available to wheel her inside. So I've never made my mother's death an issue because I never wanted her death to be associated with politics. But a lot could have been different if our healthcare system was better. And I'm saying this, that I'm finally relieved. Not that the problem has been resolved, but that the people who matter are now speaking out and saying how bad it is. So team, the callers to your program, they have been right. For those of us who don't want to believe and we think it's politics people play, the doctors have verified that everything that has been said on the talk shows about the state of our healthcare is true. And we should ask the whole government to resign. Musa should be in jail for presiding over a healthcare system that a letter like this can be written about. The consensus of the physician body is that the board of directors ostensibly drafting policy to allow for the efficient running of the hospital has failed miserably in the said task. You received that letter, Mr. Prime Minister, and you have not fired the board with immediate effect. And you want me to believe that you care about us in St. Lucia? My people, this is a sad state of affairs. This is not something to rejoice over. It is painful. It is painful. There are a few other lines I must touch on. As stated above, the reality that we face here in our beloved island is that we have an aging population. One with a very high burden of chronic non-communicable disease. Violence, crime, and road accidents also affect our population and deplete healthcare resources significantly. Now understand that. We know that doctors, their job is to save lives. But can you imagine the doctors asking, how can we fulfill our mandate without basic resources? Other things they don't have. If you go for an EKG, the paper on which the thing is to be printed, not even the paper is available. You know a glucometer you can buy at Walmart in the US for $10 US. There are no glucometers to take readings of the sugar of people with diabetes. And when our political leaders say we ought to be vexed, nous supposons fâcher about ça. Can you imagine the lack of EKG paper or not enough functioning EKG machines? And you know when it's your heart, it's not easy, you know. How our physicians are expected to treat life-threatening illnesses without the basic drugs. Imagine doctors have to bring supplies from their home to the hospital to administer basic health care. And you telling me the whole of St. Lucia, not on the streets, marching against this inept and incompetent government? UWP have to come and beg us to go and march? Listen to this. It says we are truly at a loss as to why any right-thinking board would attempt to block the progress of the hospital and demotivate the already demoralized staff. Listen to me. Listen to me. A board. Now, I didn't have time to get the board members. But the United Workers' Party, on behalf of the people of St. Lucia, need to publish the names of every board member of the OKU. Lehot maladhot pa OKU. Lehot maladhot pa OKU. Staff members have anxiety at the thought of entering an emergency room which has dozens of patients who have already been admitted but cannot be sent to wards because there are no beds. Up to 40 people in the emergency section waiting for a bed. Now you can tell me what you want. Under the United Workers' Party, we don't give you problems without solutions. We had already arranged to build a ramp from OKEU to the wellness center because the upper part of the wellness center is not occupied. And we were going to put 40 beds in there for patients who are not in critical condition. If UWP had remained in office, that would have been completed. If UWP was in office, St. Jude Hospital would have been completed and would take off the burden from OKU. By your own report, you said that in 2 years, it would have finished. We knew it would finish in 6 months. It's 3 years, and St. Jude is no closer to finishing than when you entered into government. And here's what the letter says. You are all well aware of this. Now, Laupa have a buy. Say you buy. But when you know, and you're not doing nothing about it, according to books are just vini décision pour tuer as much Saint-Lucien as yourself. You remember under COVID? Remember, over 400 died for the small time they were there. Now I will close. And here's what the doctors are saying. Many of us have worked and sacrificed tirelessly at VH and OKEU for close to or more than 20 years. And we can categorically say it has never been this bad. Ba pas jamais autant mauvais à dans l'hôpital. Mais ou hen la pour jump up carnival. Ou hen 15 million pour payer pour jazz. Ou hen 80 million pour dépasser à sous Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Ou passer 5 million pour agir situation. To save the life of the people of St. Lucia. Now, you know, time does not permit me, but by the next town hall meeting, I will show you what they said on their manifesto about health. 4 major consultants have already resigned. And every nurse who gets accepted overseas, they are leaving. What is happening to us in St. Lucia? How do you justify, and hear what the board is doing. How do you justify the money spent on expensive billboards all over the hospital, new vehicles, but the concurrent lack of drugs, including but not limited to Panadol and ibuprofen? So when the people were saying that la panier fenzik l'hôpital la, moun te ka kwe se manchons, mi se docteur a di ya breza. And you know what the Labour Party response to this is? You heard Richard Frederick, the mouthpiece of Philip J. Pierre. Says Flambeau, when you go to the hospital, you are not treated whether you Flambeau or Labour. All of us in the same boat. And doctors do not discriminate against people on the basis of their political affiliations. And Mr. Prime Minister, you owe the doctors and the Medical and Dental Association an apology for what you have said about trying to label this as Flambeau. Le Virginia te malade, hot mene matnik vitma at the expense of the people of St. Lucia. And she went back and said how much she is worth. I care how many millions you make in the EU or wherever you are. Your life is not more important than the average St. Lucian. All of our lives matter. And that is why, under the United Workers' Party, you are going to get $75,000 health coverage every year. We cannot wait for 2 years. We need a change of government now. We need the man who can fix the problem. We need Alan Chastanet and the United Workers' Party. I thank you.
Yes, that was the guy. The right guy, fiery as always. And they tell me they had a special prosecutor appointed just to deal with him. I can see why they want to get rid of him. But it's been over a year, the special prosecutor, up to now, he has a case. Well, since you cannot find a case against Guy, Mr. Prosecutor, ask the Prime Minister to give you a case of Shandi. Because that's the only case you'll find. But you know, let me just say this. Guy mentioned the issue about Richard Frederick making reference to my son. Don't think for a moment there's anything that they can come with that I will shy away from. N'importe ça autre venir avec là, moi n'y réponse pour autres. But what I have to say to Richard is, you are despicable. You have no sense of propriety. You're not fit to hold the title of honorable. Because when a government can put a program, a national program in place, and a St. Lucian, who is entitled like any other St. Lucian, applies for it, and you, I assume, and it should be the case, that you gave it to him on merit. And because of his association with me, you want to make it a political issue. I say that can only happen with a government that is despicable. And let me tell you this. I have served in government for 2 terms. You will not find me doing something like that. Because let me tell you, Richard Frederick, if I choose to, I can call the names of Labour Party people as well. As a matter of fact, there are people sitting in today's cabinet with you, Richard, that if I choose to, I can call their names and say what I have done for them. But I'm above that. I will never stoop to your level. And so stay and wallow in the vomit that you are. You will not get me as your companion, you mongrel. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Richard is proving to us that the title fits him because he behaves just like a mongrel. It is common practice for mongrels to throw up and eat their vomit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to honorable people. Let's get back to the future prospects of this country. The Labour Party has shown us who and what they are. They have demonstrated in 3 years what they cannot do for you and what they can destroy for you. No St. Lucian has any hope in this Labour Party. And the only few things that they are doing that matters, that will count, are the projects of the United Workers' Party. The very same guy you all said so much about, not only did you take Guy's idea, you took the very same company that you were accusing him of being in collusion with. Okay? You all are so shameless and incompetent and inept that it shows. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, I want to stop dealing with the negatives. SLP is negative. Okay? They represent the secrets, the lies, and propaganda. Okay? And like Guy told you, you know, your passport, you see what they have done with it. And Guy said the passport is not an SLP passport. I like that one. It is an SLU passport. And the U stands for you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there's also a U in the party that stands for you. And I want to tell you that there's a man who stands for you. And when you go to select a leader, never make the mistake of basing your choice on propaganda, lies, and deceit. The future of St. Lucia is too important. Your children's future is too important. What you need in St. Lucia today is what you had in St. Lucia up to 2021. A leader with vision, not a government that causes division. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to the podium right now a leader who black who can stand up and talk. Not a leader that the rest of the world will mock. I want to call to our podium today the political leader of the United Workers' Party, the member of parliament for Miku South, the leader of the opposition, and more importantly, the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Alan Michael Chastanet.
More dangerous than corruption. I think that corruption is one of the biggest problems plaguing St. Lucia today. In that, not only corruption, but the perception of corruption is what is even more dangerous than corruption itself.
I want a good government, a government that is free of corruption. No government of this Lucia Labour Party would ever have any minister who is under so much suspicion. We will not have any minister, and no minister will be allowed in our government if they are under so much suspicion, my brothers and sisters. That is not the government that will give you, the people of St. Lucia. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you. And this is what the Labour Party is all about. The Labour Party is deeply rooted among people. That's what the Labour Party is all about, my brothers and sisters. And there was a famous American who said, if a political party does not have its foundation in the determination to advance a cause that is right and that is moral, then it is not a political party. It is merely a conspiracy to seize power. And that is, you cannot talk so much nonsense when you're in opposition and when you're in government. Make a complete turnaround when you're in government. You cannot do that. You made a contract with the people of St. Lucia to do certain things, and you must do it. And if you can't do it, get out and let the people choose a government of their choice, my brothers and sisters. The time for excuses is over. We are having no chance. Government are no lottery. Government are no bingo. Government are no ludo. Government is serious business. When we get into government, we have the plans. And as soon as we get into government, from day one, the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party will begin to do things for the people of St. Lucia. So, you did not vote for that. You voted for change. You have no change. And I'm going to say tonight that if the government doesn't do what is right, we will have to push them. We will have to push them. And we will push them with the might of the people. People are saying that this government is bad for St. Lucia and this government has to go.
Over the last 3 years in particular, but certainly before the election, we heard a lot of things. We heard men and women stand up and make a lot of statements. Those persons who have known me, and certainly many of you only have really gotten to know about Alan Chastanet since I got involved in elections. I cut my teeth in Soufrière. It was a baptismal by fire for me, because weeks after being launched as the candidate for Soufrière, we had Hurricane Thomas. And I'm very happy that I went to Soufrière, and I'm very happy for the welcome that a lot of people gave me when I went to Soufrière. I was very saddened, not because of the despair that Hurricane Thomas caused, and it was not just physical devastation, but I remember that several people died during Hurricane Thomas. And I also, the people in Mini, people in Font-Saint-Jacques, who, when they went to bed at night and would hear any rumblings, would think that they were reliving the hurricane again because of the landslides. But as I got to know the people in Soufriere a lot better, I started seeing something that I didn't like. And there was a darkness in their souls. So much so that I had a campaign song that was written called Time to Believe. Now, the story of Alan Chastanet and Soufriere, I want people to really take their time to go and dig deeper into it. Because you will then understand my choice of songs when I ever come on the campaign. It was a Jimmy Cliff song that was, action speaks louder than words. And all my life, I've never been a person to go out and make all kinds of promises to people that I didn't think that I could deliver on. Very, very important to me that people have confidence in my word. I'd like to think that even without being elected in Soufriere, and certainly at the time the United Workers' Party was in office, and despite Hurricane Thomas, I never allowed that to be an excuse. Because I think it would have been very easy to have just said, go and help some people, help them fix their homes, and that would have been sufficient. But as I said to you, I saw a darkness in people's soul. Soufriere has a very important historical place in St. Lucia. In fact, whenever the French were in government, Soufriere was the capital. We speak about the most ferocious freedom fighters in St. Lucia, and we think of Soufriere. So it's a place that had tremendous pride. It's a place that if there was ever a part of St. Lucia that could truly be a republic, meaning fully independent, would be Soufriere. Some of the best hotels in the world. Cocoa, rich history. And yet, people weren't feeling that. Because when you went around Soufriere in the town, it was extremely depressing. So, putting lights in the playing field was not about just looking to develop sports in Soufriere. It was about the young men and women who were no longer in secondary school and were now working, and there was nowhere to go and play at nighttime. As we say, there was no place to take a sweat. Hummingbird Beach, which was really the only place that Soufrierians themselves could have gone and swam. That's where all the dirty water was being dumped. There was no bathroom to go to. We talk about our beach. So Hummingbird Beach project was not about just putting bathroom facilities for locals, but also creating jobs. So during the week when the tourists came, that persons could get a job and we could bring the tourist to that beach. Why? The same water taxi fellas from Barron's Drive. And I used to always tease them and say that they were going to find white marlins, which was the tourist in Castries. And instead of bringing them to Sugar Beach or bringing them to Anne Chastanet, I said, bring them to Hummingbird Beach. Bring them to where your girlfriends, your family members, and your community are working. Make them buy a Heineken beer from there instead of buying it from the other hotels. So there is an old saying they say you make lemonade out of lemons. A win-win situation. So on the weekends now, when they went and other people from the community went to the beach, they now had a facility of their own, proper beach facilities. That was long before we went ahead and did the facilities at VG Beach. As we speak today, Rodney Bay, which is the prime beach for up north, where's the bathroom? Where's the bathroom? These are things I want us to not just skip over. If we don't, and I'm deviating, but it's important, if we don't integrate tourism into our way of life, then tourism will become the enemy of the people. Because if we're going to do things only for tourists, we will resent tourism. And tourists actually want to come here and be with us. When people say, oh, Alan Chastanet doesn't understand that. When I built Coco Palm, I didn't build it on the beach. I built it off the beach. And I built it as a place where West Indians, both in the Caribbean region and in the diaspora, would come and feel at home. And that the restaurant was not built in the hotel, so you didn't have to walk through the lobby to get to the hotel. Little things. And I wanted that when tourists came and they went to the bar and they went to the restaurant, they met other West Indians who had family members here and also met locals. Because the value of meeting somebody and having a St. Lucian or a person who knows St. Lucia to take them to places that they would have never gone as a tourist creates memories that they will never forget. When we opened up the first media trip I brought here, specifically handpicked, I remember the gentleman found a guy with a boat, and the guy took him down to Canaries, took him to his home, and he went back and wrote one of the most fabulous articles because he had an experience he could have never gotten anywhere else in the world. So Soufriere ought to be the capital of village tourism. An opportunity for what? Guest houses and Airbnb. Where did they go to the beach? Hummingbird Beach. And it was to build up the waterfront. And Herod did an amazing job with the bus shelter and the market. And a playing field with a track. And why is that important? So when tourists now come and walk around St. Lucia, they see a sense of pride and they go, wow, these people, they're good. I don't want to give out secrets, but I know that it doesn't matter what you do for Labour Party, they can't finish it. As Dominic said, we left them the Millennium Highway, they can't finish it. You left them St. Jude's, they can't finish it. You left them HIA, they can't finish it. You left them village tourism, they can't finish it. You left them the Castries market, they can't finish it. You left them roads, they couldn't finish it. You left them an economy that was growing and robust and was the leader of the entire Caribbean. I'm going to exclude Guyana because Guyana never had any problems. In fact, Guyana got oil. So Guyana grew by 20% in 21. We grew by 12. The next year Guyana grew by 30 and we grew by 18. Nobody else was in double digits. That's the plan of the United Workers' Party. Village tourism is an opportunity for us to integrate tourism into our way of life and to celebrate our culture. So taking a jazz festival that was no longer a jazz festival. So let's put that straight. It had become an international music festival. But it had become so big that there was no space for the tourists to stay because the rooms were being occupied by the production people and all of the artists themselves. How do you justify paying $1 million for an artist? Where are you going to get the return on that investment? So when the Labour Party wants to come now and fool you and say to you, Soleil. What was Soleil? Soleil is just a summer festival. Just think of it as a business perspective for a moment. That instead of having one festival in the month of May, that if you know that the size of a good festival that maximizes the room sales, that there's a capacity where it's a number of people where we can host them, so it's not disrupting the life of St. Lucia. If we can get about 1,500 to 2,000 tourists to come to an event, we're good. So instead of having one festival, have 5 over the summer. May, June, July, August, September, October. I never understood why we treated our own culture so badly. So when I had the opportunity, when I came in as the Minister of Tourism, and Sir John, I convinced him to increase the allocation of tourism, the first thing I did was committed $1 million for Carnival. And that's from how much? $100,000. Think of it. That's what we used to give Carnival. $100,000. And I said, the biggest festival that we should have in St. Lucia should be Carnival. What made our jazz festival unique was because originally it was jazz. But acoustic music will not work at Pigeon Island. It gets lost. Just look over the years, every time that we've had an acoustic event there, it doesn't sell out. The first time that we really made an impact at Pigeon Island, I don't even know if people remember, was George Benson. A couple years later was Santana. And then it became UB40. And what happens every year, everybody wants a bigger artist. Because the festival is not being measured on its economic impact or the publicity, but we are measuring it by the size of the artist that we can get. Wrong measurement. And then when we started making Carnival successful, and we showed that you can take your music form and make it to an international standard, we were so lucky. The creativity and the excellence of St. Lucia and the potential of St. Lucia came out in a music form called Dennery Segment. And people overseas were recognizing the brilliance of Dennery Segment even before we did. And foreign artists wanted to come down and play with them. So the goal was to take Carnival and have your traditional Carnival for 1 week, but give Dennery Segment its own week and use it as an opportunity to lure international people here to play with our artist. It was under our innovation and thinking that we put Teddyson John and Menel on stage with international artists. Because before then, all of our local artists were playing first when there was nobody there. We forget that. And we wanted to reverse it around, but at the same time still give people value for what they were doing. So when I say to you that action speaks louder than words, it also means you must have a vision and an idea of where you're going to go. You must have the capacity to do it. So as the director of tourism, we started the Jazz Festival. Was it a fluke for Alan Chastanet? When I went to Air Jamaica, we made it even a bigger festival, the Air Jamaica Jazz and Blues Festival. We did a thing called Islands in the Park, where we brought up now on the reverse side, we brought up all the Caribbean musicians to play at Prospect Park in New York. We played in Boston, we played in Atlanta, we played in Washington, D.C., exposing our music and our form. So, succeeding and executing have always been part of who I am. And it's never been about Alan Chastanet. It's about finding the talent, giving them confidence, and inspiring them to success, to a much bigger goal. I don't want to get into the analysis of Julian Alfred, who I remember meeting for the first time. I think she was about 17. She was just finishing up her last year in Jamaica. And I excuse the persons watching us on TV, but as I go around to my constituents, not only in Micoud South, but all throughout the length and breadth of St. Lucia, I speak about the fire in your belly. Okay? It's not about saying something. It's not about wishing something. It's about knowing. When I met this young girl, the thing that impressed me about her was she was focused. And she believed in herself and her dream. It wasn't a dream. She already had visualized it. And she was prepared to make the sacrifices to do it. And we'll discuss that at another time. But I want to say to her that we are all proud of her. She's represented St. Lucia and done something that no other St. Lucian has achieved. First medalist, and at the first time, a gold medal for St. Lucia. And anybody who wants to contest how incredible that achievement is, let us just look so far at the medal count at the Olympics in track and field. There's only 2 gold medalists from the Caribbean. Ms. Lafon, and I want to congratulate her, from Dominica in the triple jump. And Julian Alfred. The traditional countries, Jamaica and Trinidad, have a couple of medals, but they're bronze. And that's not to be demeaned in any way. That's a hell of an achievement, just winning in a medal. But here it is, our own. And so what we should be focusing on right now is praying, supporting Julian, because she has another important race ahead, which is the 200 meters. She's going to be competing against an American girl that is very talented and, more importantly, has specialized in the 200s. It means she did not run in the 100. So it is a rare feat. We take it for granted sometimes, but it's a rare feat for a person to win both the 100 and the 200. Let's not take that for granted. And she's already qualified to go into the semifinals. We should, as a country, be behind her and focus on that. Who did what or didn't do what is irrelevant at this point. So I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of action. And I specifically played that piece from Philip Pierre that he said before the elections. Because that is what Labour Party is. Say and do anything to get into power. But once they're in power, and history shows, they don't know what to do with it. They've never succeeded. Ever. I don't know that I've ever seen it as bad as it is today, and I'll discuss that a little bit. I mean, Guy brought up a lot of issues. Dominic brought up a lot of issues. Vincent brought up a lot of issues. That those things by themselves, I have to say to all of you, those things by themselves warrant this country shutting down the country and asking them to do exactly what Philip Pierre said. Leave. Don't come and even begin to try to tell us that you have the capacity to run this country. There's no evidence there to say that. So let's start off with what we know. That this government does not understand and does not support or embrace democracy. Because every single time that somebody opens their mouth in this country to either oppose or to ask a question, we get the same answers. Kill it. Not kill it from a murder perspective. Kill it, it means shut up. Don't go there. None of your business. I need to ask Galaxy for permission. And then now over this weekend, history is repeating itself. When Labour could not take the pressure in the first year of Sky FM, what they did? They kill it. They told it to shut up. They killed it. And we said nothing. A minister gets elected and says he's going to use his power to seek revenge on people because now is his turn. We said nothing. Now that same minister this weekend says that he wants to sue Philip Martinez, knock himself out. But when he now wants to sue the media of St. Lucia for bringing us an opposing view of what is going on to inform ourselves, you want to take them to court? You want to shut them down? Are we now going to say nothing? We cannot. Our democracy in this country is hanging by a sliver. We just had elections in Venezuela. I'm not there. I don't know. But I see there's a lot of controversy. But I do know that if a government controls all the powers of the country, then it's going to be very difficult to beat them, even at the polls. So the police, the army, the judiciary system, all the civil servants, everybody. So when you hear things like polling division closed down, they will stop the count, not difficult to believe. And we see that the Labour Party is attempting to do the same thing in this country. And we are saying nothing. What are we going to do? Wait until Labour Party is in full control? The police are supposed to be there to protect us from criminals and to defend the democracy of our country and to defend the rule of law of this country. So when you take a man and you promote him 4 ranks to then find out that that man has issues and you want to do nothing, and that when now the investigation comes in, you want to stop it? And we're going to sit there and say nothing? A judge recuses himself, claims that there was political interference. Not my words, not the words of anybody else. He came to his court. He sat in his court, and that is what he said. And what happens? They move him to Grenada. No explanation. And after months, when we wrote a letter to the Chief Justice, I won't even tell you what she said to us. Nobody says nothing. There's supposed to be an independence from politicians and the judiciary. When you break that your only opportunity to seek justice and the truth and protection is through the courts, and when now all of a sudden you have to question the independence of the courts? My people, the acting Chief Justice of St. Lucia is the former deputy political leader of the Labour Party and former deputy prime minister of St. Lucia, and we have nothing to say. I don't want to deprive anybody of anything, but you're telling me of all the people that you can get, that you want to put a person that is a former politician, and particularly a politician of a different party, and we say nothing? We have nothing to say? The government comes to Parliament and tells you that they're going to introduce a 2.5% levy for health care and for security. In the same budget, we pointed out that there's no increase in the allocation of money for health care and security. That was the first sign. Months later, we find out that the levy was put on not for health care and education and security, but it was put on in order for the government to get a loan. And the few people that said something, they said it under their breath. What? You meet them and they pull you on the side. Mr. Chastanet, can you believe they did that? That's a betrayal. That's the same as somebody warning you. And we have nothing to say. The government accused my government of borrowing millions and millions of dollars. For 3 years, while we were rebuilding the economy, we did it. We only borrowed $100 million a year. In the year of COVID, the economy contracted by 20%. We borrowed $300 million to just keep the government afloat. They came and told you all, oh, we're borrowing the money to do roads because we want to give fresh start. And that guy Joseph and we all that, we're so callous that that's what we wanted to do. Where were the civil servants that were getting paid their salary? When I asked the civil servants to just, not to take a pay cut, you know, not a pay cut, to forego their part of their salary, and I will give it to them in the form of bonds and give them the money in a year's time, and I will pay them interest, tax-free. You know what they told me? No. Did I curse? Did I get vexed? I paid them their money. The one concession they gave us. And I want us to understand this very carefully. The policy of my government towards the civil servants of this country is that your contracts should be negotiated 3 years in advance, not 3 years after. And let me explain to you what that means. If you get paid your salary 3 years after, then the banks and everybody else don't know what that salary increase is, and they don't give you credit for it. So you have to wait. And more often than not, the solution to that problem is, I don't want to give any secrets out to the CSA, but it is what happens. We renegotiate a fixed fee. So I'm going to give you $1,000 as a one-time thing, and we negotiate something else down the road. Okay? So by negotiating your salary 3 years in advance, is even if you've not gotten your salary increase and you go to the bank, because it's a contract amount, the bank recognizes now that you're getting paid more money. Now that to me sounds like something a political party that favors the workers would do. Yes? And so how it is that the United Workers' Party is the first party to do that? And not Labour Party. So here it is now. The economy is recovering, revenue is recovered. Where's the CSC in their negotiations? Because I have to imagine now, a new contract is due. They're not even talking to them. Not even talking to them. The Labour Party now has turned around and in 3 years borrowed more money than the United Workers' Party borrowed in 5 years. And they have lied to you. And you have to ask this question, why have they borrowed that money? Who do you think has to pay it? The people. The now Prime Minister said that his government would not tolerate corruption. He actually said that the perception of corruption was even worse. And he said that there's no way that a Labour Party government would have any minister that there was the perception of corruption about. Now, we all know who he was referring to. My good friend, Guy Joseph. But today, that same Prime Minister, now that he's in office, didn't even wait for something to happen. He decided that he was going to recruit people who had perceptions of corruption. So he decided to bring Richard Fedrick into his cabinet. A person, not anybody ordinary, The Labour Party, including Philip Peer, had alleged that he was the worst thing to happen in politics in St. Lucia. That he was the most dangerous politician in St. Lucia. That he was the most corrupt politician in St. Lucia. Not our words, Labour Party, that's what they said about Richard Fedrick. They went as far to go to Barbados to complain about him, and they took away his visa. And when they took away his visa, the Labour Party said that we had to take him out of the cabinet. He was not fit to be in the cabinet because he didn't have a US visa. The courts said that he is a liar because the evidence that he gave, the statements he gave, the judge said, you lied. Repeatedly, we've seen that Richard Fedrick is involved in every scandal that we can think of in St. Lucia. And after he became minister, the first thing that he did was to recruit somebody who has perception. He brought him in as attaché. And if it wasn't bad enough, the Prime Minister said, you know what? I want you in my ministry. So he's in the Prime Minister's ministry. Joachim Henry, Wayne Gerard, I'm not scared to call him out. Ernest Hilaire. From the first day, we didn't even have to wait to see what y'all are going to do because it's only gotten worse since then, not better. So I played that tape because I want us to know that the Labour Party has already given us a prescription. So they said, if you have people who have suspected Not even to say you have proof, you know. In this case, we have proof. Suspected, they should be good. So what are they doing there? You have 2 ministers now that we know after the fact were involved in blackmail. My people, blackmail. That means that these 2 people went out and worked with the young ladies, paid them in order to set up a minister. Not once, but twice. The information has come out in a story and we have nothing to say. Nothing. We have nothing to say. And yet the Prime Minister said that if anybody was fingered or if there's any suspicion that they should go. We talk about hypocrisy and the double standard of the Labour Party. That's what they're good at. So when now we see a minister, Richard Fedrick, who already none of us believe, but yet too many people still believe him. So it's one thing to tell me you watch Richard's show for entertainment. But it's another thing when people want to come and quote Richard Fedrick as if anything that he says is true. So here it is, last week that he said what? He said he was wrong. Fresh Start is a great company. And Fresh Start's the best company to finish off the tavern. And he said, and eventually Shock. Wait a second, I'm not done yet, you know. And he said so much so that he's prepared to eat his own vomit. But here's my problem. And Guy touched on it. The vomit that I want Richard Fedrick to eat is not his vomit. I want him to eat the vomit of the people who have to pay now a higher price for the land. That's the vomit I want him to eat. What you do in your home, how many times you vomit and how many times you eat it, that's your business. But you stop a project and where people were going to get the land for $9 and now they're going to have to pay $14. You want to say you're going to eat your vomit? No. Say sorry to the people. Show them that you really mean it and you pay for the mistake. And I want to know, after they start off Shock and Tavern, are you going to let Fresh Start now finish the Rodney Bay Road? You said that there were volets. They said there was corruption. All kinds of things. Said y'all didn't know. We now know that that's a lie. How are you going to repay the people for the pain that we've gone through and driving through that road? How are you going to repay for all of the inconvenience and lost time? And if the project was supposed to be for $15 million, you've already paid the contractor now $21 million. And now you have to go and pay another contractor to do it. I think we should demand that Richard Fedrick and Stephenson King pay the money. And there's a precedence for that. I want the civil servants to know that. Because if you don't count the money right, the person they make pay for it is you. So the same thing should apply to the ministers that went and stopped the projects. You lied to the people of St. Lucia. You pay. Don't come and tell me that you're going to eat your own vomit. Don't come and tell me that you're sorry. That's not good enough. The St. Jude's that Fresh Start was building. Who's going to eat the vomit on that? So when Guy Joseph was telling you what's taking place at OKEU, how bad do you think it is at St. Jude's, at the stadium. Think. And you know what makes it worse is the loyalty that the people in the South have had for the Labour Party. Labrie has never voted against Labour. Vieux-Fort North has never voted against Labour. And Vieux-Fort South, the majority of times, vote for Labour, the vast majority. Again, I'm going to tell you, Musa is the Minister of Health. Kenny Anthony is the former Prime Minister. And Alva Baptist, a senior person. You won Miku North. And that is how you're treating the people in the South? And the people in the South say, nothing. But you see, I understand something. The reason why the Labour Party does not want to finish the box at St. Jude's is because they don't even know how to run the box at OKEU. They're scared of boxes. I want you to listen, because this is not mépris. Because you have to listen sometimes to what people tell you. Because in the words they use, they're actually telling you something. I never understood where the term poorest of the poor came. It's a strange thing to say, right? The little houses were not just for poor people, but they were for the... And as time went by, all of a sudden, I understood. 3 years later, I now understood what the poorest of the poor is. The intention of the Labour Party is to make everybody in St. Lucia the poorest of the poor. But understand why. By making everybody the poorest of the poor, then the standard of house that they build in Dennery makes sense. Not finishing the box, but going back to the old St. Jude's starts to make sense. Not wanting to build a modern airport terminal, but wanting to go back to the old terminal makes sense. Not fixing up the roads. Because if you're the poorest of the poor, what you need roads for, guys? Now, don't laugh at me, you know. What I'm telling you is serious business, my people. Think of it. Why would a government put a 2.5% tax on when we were still recovering from COVID and the world had inflation? Why would the government not reduce the price of gas? Don't you think that any government that wanted to put you first or cared about anybody, the moment they could have reduced the price of gas, they would have done it? Don't you think that they would have reduced cooking gas? You think they would have allowed the price of bread to go up? $1 now buys 2 loaves. It used to buy 4. So what are they doing? They're making all of us the poorest of the poor. Every policy, the breakdown in crime, is so that you don't want to leave your house. Tell me what crime is doing to Vieux-Fort Town. Is the Vieux-Fort Town bustling? Are people making money? They're even destroying, well, not destroying, they have destroyed bananas. They're destroying the agricultural sector. And so by making you the poorest of the poor, it's to make sure that you cannot say anything. Because the day is coming where you will not be able to survive without government. And you have a government that has shown you that their priorities are for the comrades. Now the comrade can be you, you know. The comrade can be me. I can become a comrade. I only have to agree to one thing. Loyalty. And I have to kiss the ring. So whatever the big man says, that's what the truth is. If you agree to that, you're good to go. You're a comrade. And you will get to go to the Olympics. And you'll get the contracts. Because they don't have to go through the systems anymore. You can't win anything in this country on merit. You have to be a comrade. And by keeping all of us poor is an opportunity of controlling everything in St. Lucia. Taxi drivers that used to make money for themselves, now it's 2.5% extra tax. Gas prices are up. How can they make any more money? And are they saying anything? Not a word. My people, we are in serious trouble in this country. Our democracy is being taken away from us right before our very eyes. And we have lulled ourselves into a false sense of security in forgetting how to fight. Daher Mall is what Richard didn't tell you. He told you that it was a bad deal. But the rent is $4 a square foot. So, let's do some math. You know I love numbers. If no government office has been moved into the Daher Mall, and that there are places that they're paying $8 a square foot rent, so they're paying both the $4 and paying the $8, what is the rent that government is paying? $12. Whereas if you move the rent away from the $8 and you put it into the $4, how much are you paying? $4. And yet they're telling you they're broke. Yet the hospital at OKU cannot get medicine. I had a friend of mine who went to St. Jude's last week. He knows who he is. He had a sore throat. It was more than a sore throat, so he knows who he is. So you tell me he went there, and the doctors were giving him some stuff, and eventually they told him he had to take some pills. There was no water available for him to take the pills. He had to send somebody to his car to get the bottle of water. I said, Gaston, you're making a joke. Don't come and tell me that nonsense. He said, I'm telling you the truth. So when you hear the stories now from the letter that the medical people sent, you have to believe it. It has never been this bad, and yet the letter has been out for almost a couple of days, and we have nothing to say. They told you that Don Lockerbie was a bad deal. We took $33 million from the Taiwanese. Grant money, no loan. Don Lockerbie's company, not Don Lockerbie, his company got paid $2 million for the consultancy. That's the same company, those of you who are watching cricket, ICC World Cup, the stadium that was built in New York. He built that stadium for $40 million in 100 days. And then they broke it down afterwards. Okay? World-class stadiums around the world. So for the $33 million, it paid his consultancy fee, and we built the Soufriere facility, lights, AstroTurf football field, world-class track, best track in the world. You built Deriso, Miku, Denry. I mean, when you go to Denry, it's unbelievable to see the facility there. You built the Gros Academy. The government now has taken $80 million from the NLA. So they got the NLA to borrow the $80 million. They only telling you where they spend the money, but you don't know how much. So the $80 million is gone. If you think that that is bad, and this is a government that tells you that they are for the youth, the NLA money is to be used to support young people in this country, to pay for sporting facilities, to pay for scholarships. Yes? The loan that NLA has to pay back is $800,000 a month for 15 years. I'm going to repeat that. $800,000 a month for 15 years. I want the young people here, I want the young people who are listening to the show, I want you to tell me, how much do you think $800,000 a month could do to support sports in St. Lucia? Or to support education in St. Lucia? $10 million a year for 15 years? That makes sense to all y'all? And so where did the money go? The Business Chamber of Commerce put out some notes in a newsletter. And it says, cost of doing business in Lucia continues to rise, says the Chamber of Commerce. Rising shipping costs and protracted delays, increased wage with limited time to adjust, and operations and services of the Inland Revenue Department have collapsed. It says that noting the rising shipping costs, protracted delays, and increased cost of doing business, it was further communicated that on the local front, a discussion has commenced on the issue of price of eggs and local meat products. The implementation of Article 164 may send some shocks through the system, as producers who have been purchasing feed from the non-OECS sources will have to pay the Article 164 duties, 50% on CARICOM and 100% on extra CARICOM feed. The response of farmers will determine the ultimate impact on the price of eggs. As to the impact, this is a business decision they will have to make after careful and thorough analysis, as any significant increases in the price of animal products, eggs and local meat products, will have an effect on demand and ultimately affect the profitability of farmers' operations. So the farming is already dying. Now it's going to die even further. Extraordinary Gazette. Meanwhile, the minimum wage of $1,126 per month or $6.50 per hour, conversations on the imminent minimum wage has remained mute, as some chamber members and other members of the business community have been sharing their concerns with the executive director. Reports inside Edge, with no word to the contrary, it is expected the effective date is going to be in October. While most chamber members have not expressed any disagreement with the minimum wage or its level, the chamber remains disturbed by the approach taken to introduce the said wage. There has been no sufficient time provided for real dialogue and conversation on the minimum wage and its impact on not just employees but also employers. In the limited discussion on the minimum wage, concerns were articulated on the MSME sector and the bankers in particular, the SME being the smaller businesses. The concern was the ability to afford an increased wage with limited time to adjust, prepare, and even assess impact. The micro business sector particularly were extremely concerned, and no words of comfort, strategy, or support were forthcoming. The Chamber, for its part, remains concerned that it has had no opportunity to assess potential impact on members and the wider business community, and thus be in a position to offer advice and support to those who will be affected. The issue of relative wages is real and affects the relationship and productivity significantly. Time for consultation and dialogue was curtailed by the approach adopted to introduce and implement. We're seeing a pattern of behavior where the government says that there is constant consultation, and yet The doctors have said there's no consultation. The business people say there's no consultation. The farmers say there's no consultation. And when they go and do things like GPH, halls of justice, CIP, and we ask any questions, they are not provided any answers. We have a government that is working in secrecy. And all they continue to do is to lie to us and give us propaganda. No truths on anything that's taking place in this country. I want to say to this. When we look at where health is today in this country, worst ever. I want to echo the request by everyone here tonight. The minister must go. When we look at the state of security in this country and what's taking place with the commissioner, the deputy commissioner, 3 years of record homicides, and when I look at what just took place in my own constituency and how that situation was handled and the protocols that were put in place where there was no support for the victims. So the mother and the 3 daughters, and one of the daughters was as young as 8 years of age, were left in the house the same night. Nobody took the impact on them into consideration. And so when I speak of protocols, I'm talking, what does we do as a state? And when the policemen go in, was a psychiatrist or anyone sent in to evaluate the mental wellness of those persons? It doesn't even happen. It's not even a consideration. And we have 3 ministers of security, the last one being the minister of what? Crime prevention. All 3 of those ministers must go. We have never seen such a failure in agriculture between our bananas, our fresh crops, everything else taking place. The Minister of Agriculture must go. We have a Minister of Infrastructure that 4 years has gone by, he can't finish a roundabout. Wants to tell you about rain and wants to tell you about all of the things. He said that when he was in our government, we were the ones preventing him from doing it. Look at the number of roads that we were able to develop while we were in government. He is now on his own with his pals and he can't finish it. We have the situation at HIA Airport. Nobody knows what's going on at HIA Airport. We've never seen the roads in such deplorable condition in this country. The Minister of Infrastructure must go. The cost of living in this country has skyrocketed. $1 cannot buy you 4 loaves of bread anymore. $1 can't take you as far. $1 cannot allow you to make many more phone calls. $1 is getting you less on your internet. Not only is your internet price gone up, but the quality of your internet has gone down. We've seen a substantial increase in the debt of this country, and there's no accountability of it. CIP is a disaster, so the Minister of Finance and the Minister of CIP must go. And here's the problem that we have now. If we fire all of those ministers of government, there is no government. So the only thing that we can ask tonight, and we're going to start moving forward collectively as solutions, that we are going to now raise our voices. So when we say about raising our voice, we cannot remain silent on these things anymore, my people. Are you going to sit by and allow this country to become a country of the poorest of the poor? Cannot do it. So the day is coming where we now are going to have to march collectively together and do exactly what Philip here said. We must push them out. There is no way with what we know after 3 years. There is no way after what we know after 3 years that we can allow this government to remain for another 2 more years. I believe the Prime Minister must prepare now and not allow us to go to another budget and to call the election as soon as possible. We cannot allow them to continue in government. We must get back on track to build a new St. Lucia. We must put a group of young men and women in place who have truly care about this country. There's no more space for comrades. We must defend our democracy. We must stand up for our rights, but we must understand that in protecting the judicial system, in protecting the security of our country, holding public servants accountable every day is how we have democracy. That's how you protect your freedom and your rights. So I'm saying to all of you tonight, enough is enough. How much more do you need to see? How many more lies do you have to see Richard Federick and Ernest Hilaire and Philip Pierce say to you? How many more? Right now, there is a shortage of vomit in St. Lucia. It's finished. They have so much more vomit to eat, and there's no more. So the only way they can get more is to make all of us vomit. And I don't know about you. I don't want to vomit. I want to stand proud. I want to reiterate the message. United Workers' Party is looking for men and women to join this party. Yes. Become a member of the United Workers' Party. We're in the process of announcing our candidates, and it's going to be an exciting time. And if Philip Pierre does not believe that we have our candidates in place, call the election tomorrow. I dare you. Call it tomorrow. And see the United Workers' Party is not ready. And if you believe that the silence that is out there is because people don't genuinely care about this country, call the elections tomorrow. But I can tell you, can tell the Labour Party, this country is fed up with this government. We're fed up with the lies. We're fed up with the mediocrity. We're fed up of being made the poorest of the poor, and we will not stand up for that anymore. Let us move forward. We have a busy couple of weeks coming up. I want everybody to come out and support the United Workers' Party.
Thank you very much, political leader, future Prime Minister. You heard it. Ladies and gentlemen, we had an interesting long evening of deliberations, and I just want to thank each and every one of you. But before we leave, I just want to celebrate one of our stalwarts who is celebrating his birthday today, and that is Skinny. A round of applause for Skinny. So, ladies and gentlemen, happy birthday to you, Skinny. I promise I won't sing because we don't want any more rain. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out despite the inclement weather. I want to thank those of you who have been listening to us on live stream. We went past 800 live viewers tonight, and I want to thank you for that. But stay tuned and be a part of the struggle. Let us take the fight to the St. Lucia Labour Party. On Thursdays, we have Meet the Opposition in the morning, and at night we have Round Table. But stay tuned and you will hear of the other events that we are going to have.
I just want to say one thing I did not say. Very, very serious. Mr. Martinez is offering the governments of the Caribbean to join him in a class action suit against the banks to recover the money from our countries. When he's invited all the governments to come up, it's to get the evidence to do that. So when you see that the governments don't want to go, it's either that they're arrogant and don't care about our money, or they are part of the problem. Now, I believe that we should write Mr. Martinez and to say to him that if in fact the government does not want to join, the people of St. Lucia will join. And so I'm going to ask my party at its next meeting to approve the beginning of a petition in St. Lucia, that we accumulate as many names as possible to send it to Mr. Martinez and to tell him that we want our money back. And to ask him whether he will pay the legal fees to assist us in going after our money and to make sure our money comes back from China here to St. Lucia. Are you with me? All right.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we know you're with us, and when we call upon you, it is your responsibility as a citizen of this country to take that stand. So thank you once again, and a special good night to all of you. Get home safely till we meet again. Thanks.